All right, welcome back. If you're listening tonight, thanks for putting this on. I know most people usually play these stories when things finally get quiet, so I'll keep this calm and easy to follow. Tonight's episode is based on a real, true crime case. No exaggeration, no loud moments, just the story told slowly. And honestly, I always like seeing where people are listening from. So if you feel like sharing, leave a comment and let me know. All right, let's get started. This is episode 126. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who spent years convincing everyone around him that he was a grieving husband searching for his missing wife, appearing on television, speaking calmly to reporters, and asking the public for help, while investigators slowly began to realize that the person leading the search might also be the one responsible for her disappearance. On the morning of May 1st, 2010, in the coastal town of Oak Beach on Long Island, New York, 24-year-old Shannon Gilbert vanished after placing a frantic 911 call that lasted more than 20 minutes. Her disappearance would later become connected to the wider Long Island serial killer investigation. But this story is not about that mystery. This is about another case uncovered during the same investigation that resulted in a confirmed arrest and conviction. As police searched remote stretches of Gilgo Beach for Shannon Gilbert, they made a discovery that shocked investigators. Human remains began appearing along Ocean Parkway. One set became two, then four, then more. Among those recovered was the body of Maureen Brainerd Barnes, who had disappeared in 2007 after traveling to New York for work. For years, her case remained unsolved. Maureen was a young mother from Connecticut. She stayed in regular contact with her family and children. In July 2007, she traveled to Manhattan and then toured Long Island after arranging a meeting through online advertisements. She was expected to return home quickly, but communication stopped abruptly. Her family reported her missing almost immediately. Phone records later showed disturbing activity after her disappearance. Someone used her phone to make brief calls designed to create confusion about her location. These calls appeared calculated, lasting only seconds, just long enough to suggest movement without revealing identity. When Maureen's remains were discovered near Gilgo Beach in 2010, investigators revisited years of digital evidence connected to missing women along the East Coast. The breakthrough came from technology that did not exist when Maureen first disappeared. Cell tower data analysis allowed investigators to narrow geographic patterns connected to burner phones used to contact victims. One name repeatedly surfaced during analysis of phone activity and online communications: Rex Hoyerman, an architect living in Massapequa Park, Long Island. Hoyerman lived what appeared to be an entirely conventional life. He owned a home. He was married. He commuted daily into Manhattan. Colleagues described him as quiet but professional. Nothing outwardly connected him to violent crime. Beginning in 2022, investigators formed a renewed task force using advanced digital mapping, DNA genealogy, and historical phone data reconstruction. They examined decades-old evidence with modern methods. Surveillance teams followed Hoyerman quietly for months. Investigators collected discarded items linked to him, including food containers thrown away in public spaces. DNA extracted from those items was compared to genetic material recovered from evidence associated with victims. The match was confirmed. In July 2023, Rex Hoyerman was arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder connected to victims found along Gilgo Beach, including Maureen Brainerd Barnes. Prosecutors revealed chilling details. Burner phones used to contact victims were traced geographically to locations consistent with Hoyerman's home and workplace. Internet searches recovered from digital devices allegedly included extensive research about investigations, victims, and law enforcement activity. Hair evidence found on victims was linked through mitochondrial DNA analysis to members of his household. The investigation demonstrated patience rather than speed. Detectives rebuilt timelines reaching back more than 15 years, correlating travel records, phone usage, and family absences when Hoyerman's wife and children were out of town. In court filings, prosecutors argued that these periods aligned with victim disappearances. The arrest brought partial closure to families who had waited more than a decade. For years, loved ones had watched investigations stall while theories multiplied publicly. The confirmation that a suspect had been identified transformed the narrative from endless mystery into prosecutable casework. As legal proceedings continue, the charges against Hoyerman represent one of the most significant breakthroughs in modern American serial homicide investigations. Unlike earlier years dominated by speculation, the case now rests on forensic genealogy, digital reconstruction, and physical evidence presented in court. Maureen Brainerd Barnes was remembered not as a headline, but as a mother who maintained daily contact with her children and whose sudden silence immediately alarmed those who knew her best. Her family spent years advocating for continued investigation, refusing to allow the case to fade. The long stretch of Ocean Parkway appears peaceful today, lined with grass and open sky. Drivers pass without realizing how many years' answers remain buried there. But persistence, evolving science, and renewed investigative focus eventually transforms scattered remains into a structured criminal case. It is a reminder that some investigations do not end quickly. Sometimes justice moves slowly, waiting for technology to catch up with evidence already collected. And sometimes the person living an ordinary life nearby has been connected to the crime scene all along, hidden not by brilliance, but by time. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a disappearance that fooled investigators, reporters, and an entire country for years. A case where a husband appeared endlessly cooperative, gave interviews, helped organize searches, and convinced nearly everyone that his pregnant wife had vanished without a trace, until the investigation slowly revealed that the story he told could never have happened the way he claimed. On Christmas Eve in 2002, 27-year-old Lacey Peterson disappeared from her home in Modesto, California. She was 8 months pregnant with her first child, a boy she and her husband Scott planned to name Connor. The timing alone made the case instantly emotional. A young expectant mother missing during the holidays drew national attention within days. Scott Peterson told police that he had left home that morning to go fishing alone at the Berkeley Marina, nearly 90 miles away. He said Lacey planned to spend the day walking their dog and preparing for Christmas dinner. When he returned that evening and found the house empty, he reported her missing. At first, the situation appeared tragic but unclear. There were no signs of forced entry. Lacey's purse and keys were still inside the home. The family dog had been found wandering the neighborhood with its leash still attached. Search efforts began immediately. Volunteers covered parks, fields, and waterways. Scott stood beside Lacey's family during press conferences, speaking calmly and thanking the public for support. Television networks followed the case daily. The image presented was of a worried husband enduring unimaginable uncertainty. But detectives quickly began noticing inconsistencies. Scott had told investigators he decided to go fishing that morning almost spontaneously. Yet records showed he had purchased a fishing license days earlier. He also claimed to be fishing for sturgeon, despite using equipment inconsistent with that type of fishing. Small details began raising quiet suspicion. Then investigators discovered something else. Scott Peterson had been involved in an ongoing extramarital relationship with a woman named Amber Fry. When questioned, Scott initially denied the affair. Amber later contacted police herself after realizing the man she was dating was the husband of a missing pregnant woman dominating national headlines. Recorded phone conversations between Scott and Amber became central evidence. In one call made while search teams were actively looking for Lacey, Scott claimed he was traveling in Europe, despite actually standing near a candlelight vigil held for his missing wife. For investigators, the deception mattered. Attention shifted toward Scott's movements on December 24th. His trip to the Berkeley Marina placed him near San Francisco Bay. Months later, in April 2003, the bodies of a late-term male fetus and an adult female washed ashore along the Bay coastline, not far from where Scott said he had gone fishing. Autopsies confirmed the remains were Connor and Lacey Peterson. The discovery transformed the case from disappearance to homicide investigation. Prosecutors argued that Scott murdered Lacey at home, transported her body in his truck, and disposed of her in the bay during his fishing trip. They presented evidence, including homemade concrete anchors believed to have been used to weigh down the body, inconsistencies in Scott's statements, and forensic findings from his vehicle and boat. The defense argued there was no direct physical proof showing exactly when or how Lacey died. They suggested alternative theories involving abduction or unknown perpetrators. The trial became one of the most watched criminal proceedings in modern American history. Jurors heard months of testimony detailing timelines, financial motives, behavioral analysis, and Scott's actions after Lacey disappeared. Prosecutors emphasized his lack of urgency, continued lies, and preparations suggesting he intended to live a new life free from impending fatherhood. In November 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey's death and second-degree murder for the death of their unborn son. He was sentenced to death in 2005. Years later, appeals challenged aspects of jury selection and sentencing procedures. In 2020, California Supreme Court overturned the death penalty sentence due to procedural issues, but upheld the murder convictions. Scott Peterson was resentenced to life imprisonment without parole in 2021. For Lacey Peterson's family, the verdict confirmed what many had come to believe during the investigation, that the person who publicly searched for her had known from the beginning she would never come home. The case permanently changed media coverage of missing persons investigations. It demonstrated how public appearances and calm behavior can mask deception, and how investigators increasingly rely on behavioral patterns alongside forensic evidence. Lacey Peterson was 27 years old. She was preparing to become a mother within weeks. Her disappearance began as a nationwide search filled with hope and ended as one of the most recognized solved homicide cases in American history. A Christmas Eve morning that appeared ordinary became the starting point of a carefully constructed lie, one that held for only a short time before evidence, persistence, and investigation revealed what had truly happened behind the closed doors of a quiet suburban home. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a man who calmly reported his wife missing, stood beside search teams, spoke politely to neighbors, and repeated the same concerned sentence to police again and again, while investigators slowly realized that the timeline he created was impossible and that the truth had been buried much closer to home than anyone first imagined. On November 19, 2008, in the small town of Cayley, North Carolina, 29-year-old Nancy Cooper disappeared after going for her usual early morning jog. Nancy was originally from Canada and had built a stable life in the United States with her husband Brad Cooper and their 2 young daughters. She was active, social, and known for maintaining strict routines. Running each morning through the neighborhood trails was part of her daily life. When Nancy failed to return home, Brad Cooper contacted police and reported her missing. At first, it appeared to be a classic missing person case. Friends organized searches. Volunteers walked wooded paths near the subdivision. Flyers were distributed. Brad spoke publicly, expressing concern and asking for help finding his wife. But investigators immediately noticed tension beneath the surface. Nancy and Brad's marriage was deteriorating. Friends later told police the relationship had become strained and emotionally volatile. Nancy had reportedly begun considering separation and had spoken openly about her unhappiness. Emails recovered later revealed arguments about finances, control, and custody concerns involving their children. 3 days after Nancy vanished, searchers discovered her body in a stormwater pond less than 2 miles from her home. She had been strangled. The discovery changed everything. There were no signs of robbery or random attack. Nancy still wore jewelry. Her running gear remained intact. Detectives began reconstructing the hours before her disappearance, focusing closely on Brad Cooper's movements that morning. Brad claimed he had been home with the children while Nancy went jogging. He insisted he never left the house, but digital evidence told a different story. Investigators examined computer activity from the family home and discovered searches conducted shortly before Nancy disappeared involving maps and remote locations near where her body was eventually found. The timing of those searches became critical. Even more damaging was vehicle navigation data. Brad owned a vehicle equipped with GPS tracking technology. Analysts recovered stored location data showing the car leaving the home during the early morning hours despite Brad's claim that he had remained inside. The route traveled matched roads leading toward the area where Nancy's body was discovered. Prosecutors argued that Brad had strangled Nancy during an early morning confrontation, transported her body, and returned home before reporting her missing. Brad maintained his innocence. He claimed the GPS data was misinterpreted and suggested investigators were building a case based on assumptions rather than proof. The defense emphasized the absence of eyewitnesses and argued that circumstantial evidence alone could not establish guilt. The trial drew intense attention because it relied heavily on digital forensics rather than traditional physical evidence. Jurors were shown timelines reconstructed from computer logs, vehicle systems, and communication records. Experts explained how modern technology records movements silently, creating data trails people often forget exist. In July 2011, Brad Cooper was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Years later, legal appeals followed, including procedural challenges related to trial testimony. In 2019, Cooper entered an Alford plea to second-degree murder, maintaining innocence while acknowledging prosecutors possessed sufficient evidence for conviction. His life sentence remained in place. For Nancy Cooper's family, the legal adjustments did not change the central outcome. The court system concluded that her death was not the result of a stranger encounter during a morning run, but violence rooted within her own marriage. What makes this case especially powerful for storytelling is how ordinary it appeared at the start. A jog through a safe neighborhood, a concerned husband speaking calmly to media, community volunteers searching wooded trails believing they were helping a desperate family. Instead, investigators uncovered a crime solved largely through invisible evidence. Computer searches, GPS movement, digital timestamps, small technological records that quietly contradicted spoken words. Nancy Cooper was 34 years old. She left home expecting to return within minutes. Her daughters would grow up without their mother. And the neighborhood where residents once felt entirely secure confronted the realization that danger had not come from outside. It came from someone already inside the home, constructing an alibi that modern technology refused to support. The case became an early example of how digital footprints can solve murders even when traditional evidence appears limited, marking a turning point in how investigators approach domestic homicide investigations in the modern era. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a disappearance that looked ordinary at first. A young woman who simply failed to return home after work, until investigators uncovered a carefully constructed lie that lasted for years and exposed one of the most chilling cases of calculated murder hidden behind everyday routine. On the evening of April 30th, 2009, 29-year-old Melissa Huckabee finished her day in Tracy, California, a quiet Central Valley city where neighbors recognized each other and children played freely in apartment courtyards. Melissa lived in a small complex near Clover Road with her young daughter. She worked, attended church regularly, and maintained close contact with her family. Nothing about her life suggested danger. That same weekend, 8-year-old Sandra Canna disappeared. Sandra was energetic, social, and known throughout the apartment complex. Security cameras captured her skipping happily through the neighborhood on April 4th, 2009, wearing a pink Hello Kitty shirt. She was last seen playing outside near her home. Within hours, panic spread. Volunteers searched fields, drainage canals, and nearby parks. Hundreds of residents joined law enforcement in one of the largest search efforts the town had ever seen. Among the volunteers helping organize prayer vigils and search gatherings was Melissa Huckabee. She was not a stranger to Sandra's family. Huckabee was a Sunday school teacher at a local church attended by children from the neighborhood, including Sandra. She comforted grieving relatives, spoke gently to reporters, and appeared deeply affected by the disappearance. For weeks, there were no answers. Then, on April 10th, a farm worker discovered a suitcase submerged in an irrigation pond miles away from Tracy. Inside was Sandra Cantu's body. The case immediately shifted from missing child investigation to homicide. Detectives began reconstructing Sandra's final movements. Surveillance footage became crucial. Cameras showed Sandra walking toward the direction of Huckabee's residence shortly before she vanished. Investigators learned that Huckabee had access to a travel suitcase similar to the one recovered from the pond. At first, Melissa Huckabee cooperated fully. She spoke calmly with detectives. She denied involvement, but forensic testing soon introduced devastating evidence. Sandra's DNA was found inside Huckabee's home. More specifically, evidence linked the child to Huckabee's trailer and personal belongings. Investigators also discovered inconsistencies in Huckabee's timeline during the critical hours when Sandra disappeared. Phone records and witness statements began contradicting her claims. As pressure mounted, Huckabee attempted suicide while under police observation. She survived, and shortly afterward, investigators obtained a confession. According to court records, Huckabee admitted that Sandra had come to her residence and that she restrained the child before placing her into the suitcase. Prosecutors later stated that Sandra died from asphyxiation after being confined inside. The motive shocked investigators because it appeared disturbingly senseless. There was no ransom demand, no long-term abduction plan. The crime seemed impulsive, yet followed by calculated attempts to conceal evidence. In September 2010, Melissa Huckabee pleaded guilty to kidnapping, sexual assault, and murder. By pleading guilty, she avoided the death penalty. She was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. For the community of Tracy, the betrayal cut deeply. Huckabee had presented herself as a trusted adult figure, someone parents believed was safe around children. Her visible participation in search efforts intensified the trauma felt by Sandra's family and neighbors once the truth emerged. Investigators later described the case as one defined by proximity. The offender was not passing through town. She lived nearby. She attended community gatherings. She stood beside grieving residents while knowing exactly what had happened. Sandra Cantu's disappearance changed how the community viewed safety. Parents who once allowed children to move freely through shared spaces became more cautious. Trust shifted. The idea that danger could come from someone familiar proved difficult to accept. The investigation itself relied heavily on surveillance footage, forensic recovery, and patient reconstruction of routine movements rather than dramatic breakthroughs. Detectives followed timelines minute by minute, comparing camera timestamps, witness recollections, and physical evidence until the contradictions narrowed to a single person. Melissa Huckabee remains imprisoned in California. Sandra Cantu was 8 years old. Her case became one of the most heartbreaking child murder investigations in the state, not because it involved a stranger lurking in darkness, but because it revealed how deception can exist quietly within trusted community roles. It is a solved case, legally closed through confession and conviction, and remembered as a reminder that investigations often succeed not through sudden discoveries, but through persistence, evidence, and the slow dismantling of a carefully maintained lie. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who weaponized medicine, about trust betrayed in the most fundamental way, and about how someone sworn to heal instead chose to harm for reasons that defy understanding. In the hospitals of southern New Jersey during the late 1980s and through the 1990s, patients in critical care units were experiencing cardiac arrests at rates that seemed higher than normal. Nurses noticed patterns but struggled to identify clear causes. Families trusted that their loved ones were receiving the best possible care in modern medical facilities. But Charles Cullen, a nurse working night shifts, was systematically ending the lives of vulnerable patients under his care. This is the story of Charles Cullen, who between 1988 and 2003 ended the lives of at least 29 patients, though investigators believe the true number may exceed 300. He administered lethal doses of medications like digoxin and insulin to patients in intensive care units across multiple hospitals. His crimes went undetected for 16 years as he moved from facility to facility, with hospitals quietly dismissing him rather than reporting suspicious patterns. His arrest in 2003 exposed catastrophic failures in healthcare oversight and revealed how easily someone could exploit gaps in hospital systems. Charles Edmund Cullen was born on February 22, 1960, in West Orange, New Jersey. His early life was marked by profound loss and instability. His father passed away when Charles was just 7 months old, leaving his mother to raise 9 children alone with limited resources. Charles received little individual attention or emotional support in the chaotic household. The defining tragedy of Charles's childhood came when he was 17. His mother passed away in a car accident, devastating him and removing the last stabilizing influence in his life. Charles attempted to end his own life multiple times during his teenage years, but the interventions were brief and he never received adequate long-term mental health treatment. Charles joined the Navy after high school, but his service was marked by continued psychological struggles. He made multiple attempts at self-harm while in the military and was eventually discharged. He returned to New Jersey directionless and deeply troubled, struggling to find purpose or connection. In the mid-1980s, Charles decided to become a nurse. It was an unusual choice given his psychological state and difficulty connecting with others. He completed nursing school and received his license in 1987, beginning work at St. Barnabas Medical Center in New Jersey. He was technically competent, but showed little warmth with patients, treating them as medical cases rather than human beings. Within months of starting work, patients on Charles's shifts began experiencing unexpected cardiac arrests and medical emergencies. Elderly patients who had been stable would suddenly decline. Tests sometimes revealed unexplained medication levels in their systems, but these anomalies were often attributed to charting errors or natural disease progression. Charles's method was consistent throughout his career. He would access medication storage areas during night shifts when supervision was minimal. He would draw lethal doses of medications like digoxin, which affects heart rhythm, or insulin, which lowers blood sugar dangerously. He would inject these substances into patients' intravenous lines, causing cardiac arrest, respiratory failure, or other fatal complications. His victims were primarily elderly or seriously ill patients in intensive care units. Because these patients were already in fragile condition, their sudden decline often seemed like natural progression of their underlying illnesses. Charles understood this and selected victims whose passings would not immediately raise suspicions. When concerns about elevated mortality rates were raised at St. Barnabas, administrators quietly terminated Charles's employment rather than investigating thoroughly or reporting to authorities. This response set a pattern that would repeat throughout his career. Hospital after hospital would become suspicious, fire Charles, and provide neutral references that allowed him to find new employment. Between 1988 and 2003, Charles worked at 9 different healthcare facilities in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Each time, mortality rates increased on his shifts. Each time, he was eventually dismissed under suspicious circumstances. Each time, he immediately found work at another hospital because no one reported concerns to state licensing boards or law enforcement. The breakthrough came in 2003 at Somerset Medical Center in New Jersey. Several nurses noticed that patients were experiencing cardiac arrests at unusual rates when Charles worked, and that medication access records showed irregularities. Rather than simply firing Charles, these nurses reported their concerns directly to authorities when hospital administration seemed slow to act. Investigators obtained medication access records showing Charles had been accessing drugs far more frequently than his patient assignments required. Toxicology tests on recently deceased patients revealed lethal levels of digoxin and other medications. The evidence was overwhelming. Charles Cullen was arrested on December 12, 2003. During interrogation, he eventually confessed to ending the lives of patients at multiple hospitals over 16 years. He admitted to at least 40 incidents, but investigators believe the true number is much higher. Many potential victims had been cremated or buried long ago, making it impossible to obtain evidence. When asked why he harmed patients, Charles gave vague explanations about ending suffering. But evidence showed many of his victims were not terminally ill and were expected to recover. Psychiatrists who evaluated him concluded he had severe personality disorders and derived satisfaction from having power over life and situations. He showed no genuine empathy for his victims or their families. Charles pleaded guilty in 2004 to avoid the death penalty. He was convicted of taking the lives of 29 patients and attempting to harm 2 others. He was sentenced to multiple consecutive life terms totaling over 400 years without possibility of parole. During sentencing, families of victims expressed their anguish and anger at learning their loved ones had been intentionally harmed. Many had trusted Charles completely, thanking him for his care of their family members, never suspecting he was the cause of their decline and passing. The Cullen case led to significant reforms in healthcare, including better medication tracking systems, mandatory reporting of suspicious patterns, enhanced background checks for healthcare workers, and databases to identify problematic employees across multiple facilities. These changes came too late for his victims, but have helped protect patients since. Charles Cullen remains imprisoned in New Jersey, now in his 60s. He has given occasional interviews, but shows no real remorse for his actions. He speaks about the incidents in detached terms, as if discussing someone else's crimes. His case revealed how healthcare systems prioritized institutional reputation over patient safety, how easily someone could exploit gaps in oversight, and how vulnerable patients are when caregivers betray their trust. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a healer who became a hunter, about trust betrayed in the most sacred way, and about how someone sworn to preserve life chose instead to end it. In the hospitals of New Jersey and Pennsylvania during the late 1980s and early 1990s, patients who should have been recovering were experiencing sudden cardiac arrests at alarming rates. Medical staff noticed that these emergencies seemed to cluster during certain shifts, but the pattern was difficult to identify clearly. When someone finally connected the deaths to one particular nurse, the scope of the tragedy became clear. This is the story of Charles Cullen, a nurse who ended the lives of dozens of patients over 16 years. Between 1988 and 2003, he worked at 9 different healthcare facilities, administering lethal doses of medications to vulnerable patients in his care. He was fired from multiple positions when suspicions arose, but hospitals quietly let him go rather than report him, allowing him to find new employment and continue harming patients. His arrest in 2003 exposed not just his crimes, but a healthcare system that had failed catastrophically to protect patients from a predator in scrubs. Charles Edmund Cullen was born on February 22, 1960, in West Orange, New Jersey. His early life was marked by loss and instability. His father passed away when Charles was only 7 months old. His mother struggled to raise 9 children alone, and Charles received little individual attention or emotional support. He grew up feeling invisible and unimportant. Charles was a withdrawn, lonely child who showed signs of depression from an early age. When he was 17, his mother passed away in a car accident, leaving him feeling completely alone. He attempted to end his own life multiple times during his teenage years, but the interventions were brief and ineffective. He joined the Navy after high school, but his mental health continued to deteriorate. He attempted self-harm multiple times while in service and was eventually discharged. After leaving the Navy, Charles decided to become a nurse. He entered nursing school in the mid-1980s, and despite his psychological problems, he completed the program and received his license in 1987. He was technically competent, but showed little warmth with patients. Colleagues found him odd and distant, but his skills were adequate. Charles began working at St. Barnabas Medical Center in New Jersey in 1987. Within months, patients on his shifts began passing away unexpectedly. Elderly patients who had been stable would suddenly experience cardiac arrest. Medical staff noticed the pattern, but hospital administrators did not investigate thoroughly. When concerns were raised, they simply terminated Charles's employment and gave him neutral references. This became a pattern that repeated for 16 years. Charles would work at a hospital for months or years. Patients would pass away at suspicious rates during his shifts. Administrators would become concerned and terminate him, and he would immediately find work at another facility. No one reported him to authorities or the state nursing board. Charles's method was consistent. He would access medication storage areas and obtain drugs like digoxin and insulin. He would then administer lethal doses to patients through their intravenous lines, usually when no one else was around. The patients would go into cardiac arrest or experience fatal complications. Because many were elderly or already ill, the passings often seemed natural initially. He targeted patients seemingly at random. Some were terminally ill, but many were recovering and expected to go home. When later asked why he did it, Charles gave vague explanations about ending suffering, but evidence showed many victims were not suffering at all. Psychiatrists who evaluated him believed he harmed others primarily to feel a sense of power and control over life and death. Between 1988 and 2003, Charles worked at 9 different medical facilities. Everywhere he went, mortality rates increased dramatically. But it was not until 2003 that decisive action was finally taken. At Somerset Medical Center in New Jersey, several nurses noticed the pattern and reported their concerns to hospital administration. When administrators were slow to act, the nurses contacted authorities directly. Investigators obtained medication access records showing Charles had been accessing drugs far more frequently than his patient assignments required. Toxicology tests on recently deceased patients revealed lethal levels of digoxin and other medications. The evidence was overwhelming. Charles Cullen was arrested on December 12, 2003. During questioning, he eventually confessed to ending the lives of patients at multiple facilities over 16 years. He admitted to at least 40 cases, but investigators believe the true number may exceed 400. His trial revealed the full extent of the institutional failures that had allowed him to continue harming patients for so long. Hospitals had protected themselves rather than reporting a dangerous employee. No system existed to track suspicious patterns across different facilities or flag healthcare workers who moved frequently after patient incidents. Charles pleaded guilty in 2004 to avoid the death penalty. He was convicted of taking the lives of 29 patients and attempting to harm 2 others. He was sentenced to multiple consecutive life terms totaling 397 years without possibility of parole. During sentencing, families of victims spoke about their loved ones who had trusted Charles to care for them. Many expressed anger not just at Charles, but at the healthcare system that had enabled him for so long. His case led to significant reforms, including better medication tracking systems, mandatory reporting requirements for suspicious patterns, and databases to flag problematic healthcare workers across facilities. But these changes came too late for his many victims. Charles Cullen remains imprisoned in New Jersey, now in his 60s. He has given occasional interviews, but shows no genuine remorse. He speaks about his actions in detached terms, as if discussing someone else's crimes. His story stands as a dark reminder that predators can exist in any profession, even those dedicated to healing. It revealed how institutional self-protection can enable ongoing harm, and how those who should be most trusted can sometimes be the most dangerous. Charles Cullen transformed healing hands into instruments of death, and a healthcare system more concerned with reputation than patient safety allowed him to continue for 16 years, while dozens of vulnerable people paid with their lives. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a killer who vanished in a legend, about a city gripped by fear, and about how one person's crimes can haunt a place for over a century, even when their identity remains a mystery. In the impoverished East End of London during the autumn of 1888, the streets were dangerous places where survival was a daily struggle. Women with few options worked the streets at night to earn money for food and lodging. The area was overcrowded, crime-ridden, and largely ignored by wealthier London. But that fall, someone began targeting these vulnerable women. ending their lives with such brutality that the crimes shocked Victorian England and created a legend that endures to this day. This is the story of Jack the Ripper, the unidentified person who terrorized London's Whitechapel district in 1888. Between August and November of that year, at least 5 women were found deceased, their bodies showing signs of increasing violence and mutilation. The attacker seemed to have anatomical knowledge, leading to speculation about their profession or background. Despite massive investigations and countless theories over more than a century, the Ripper's identity has never been definitively proven, making this one of history's most famous unsolved cases. The 5 victims definitively attributed to the Ripper were all women who worked the streets of Whitechapel to survive. Mary and Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly were all living in desperate poverty, staying in lodging houses when they could afford them and sleeping rough when they could not. They ranged in age from their mid-20s to mid-40s, and all struggled with difficulties that made them vulnerable. The attacks began on August 31st, 1888, when Mary Ann Nichols was found on Bucks Row. She had been attacked with extreme violence, and the nature of the harm shocked even experienced police officers familiar with Whitechapel's rough character. The brutality suggested this was not a typical street crime, but something more disturbing. Annie Chapman was discovered on September 8th in the backyard of a building on Hanbury Street. The violence was similar to the first case, but more extensive. This time, internal organs had been removed, suggesting the attacker had some knowledge of human anatomy. This detail led investigators to theorize the perpetrator might be a doctor, butcher, or someone with medical training. On September 30th, 2 attacks occurred in one night. Elizabeth Stride was found with fatal injuries, but without the extensive harm seen in previous cases, leading investigators to believe the attacker had been interrupted. Less than an hour later, Catherine Eddowes was discovered in Mitre Square, showing extensive violence similar to previous victims. This double incident created widespread panic throughout London. The final victim attributed to the Ripper was Mary Jane Kelly, found on November 9th in her rented room. Unlike previous victims who had been attacked outdoors, Kelly was harmed indoors where the perpetrator had time and privacy. The scene was so disturbing that it remains one of the most notorious crime scenes in history. Photographs taken at the scene still exist and show the extreme nature of the violence. During this period, numerous letters were sent to police and newspapers claiming to be from the perpetrator. Most were hoaxes from attention seekers, but 2 letters have been considered potentially genuine by some investigators. The Dear Boss letter received on September 27th introduced the name Jack the Ripper and promised more violence. The From Hell letter received on October 16th came with what appeared to be part of a human organ. The investigation was massive for its time. Police interviewed thousands of people, pursued numerous theories, and employed new techniques like crime scene photography. But the limitations of 1888 forensic science, the chaotic conditions of Whitechapel, and the lack of witnesses made solving the case extremely difficult. After the Kelly case in November, the pattern of attacks stopped as suddenly as it had begun. No definitively connected cases occurred after that date. Investigators never understood why. Perhaps the perpetrator had passed away, been imprisoned for another crime, left the area, or simply stopped for reasons unknown. Over the decades since, countless theories have emerged about the Ripper's identity. Suspects have included Montague John Druitt, a barrister who took his own life shortly after the final attack; Aaron Kosminski, an immigrant with mental health issues who was eventually confined to an institution; Michael Ostrog, a career criminal with a history of violence. Some theories have even suggested members of the royal family or famous artists, though these claims generally lack credible evidence. Modern forensic scientists have attempted to use DNA analysis on letters and other evidence supposedly connected to the case. Some studies have pointed toward specific suspects, but the degradation of evidence over 130-plus years and questionable chains of custody make definitive conclusions impossible. What makes Jack the Ripper significant beyond the crimes themselves is the cultural impact. The case became the prototype for how society thinks about serial violence. The Victorian press sensationalized the crimes, creating extensive coverage that captured public imagination internationally. The mysterious identity and the atmospheric setting of foggy Victorian London created a legend that has inspired countless books, films, and theories. The attacks also exposed the desperate conditions in London's East End, where poverty forced women into dangerous situations with no social safety net to protect them. Social reformers used the Ripper case to advocate for better housing, employment opportunities, and support for the impoverished. The victims, who had lived and would have passed away in obscurity, became symbols of society's failure to protect its most vulnerable members. The 5 women definitively attributed to the Ripper are now more famous in their passing than they ever were in life. Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly have been studied extensively. Their lives and circumstances have been examined for clues about why they were targeted and what they might reveal about their attacker. The Whitechapel area where the crimes occurred has changed dramatically since 1888, transforming from one of London's poorest districts into a trendy neighborhood. But the memory of those autumn months when fear gripped the streets remains part of the area's history. Jack the Ripper remains unsolved over 135 years later, making it one of the most enduring mysteries in criminal history. The case changed how society viewed random violence, how media covered crime, and how investigators approach cases involving multiple victims. The perpetrator's identity is likely lost to history, but the impact of those crimes continues to fascinate people worldwide, a reminder that some mysteries remain forever unsolved and some criminals escape justice completely, leaving behind only victims, questions, and legends that refuse to fade. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who saw dollar signs in human suffering, about babies who became commodities, and about how desperate mothers were exploited by someone who promised help but delivered only tragedy. In the Victorian slums of London during the 1860s and 1870s, unwed mothers faced impossible choices. Pregnancy outside marriage brought crushing social shame that could destroy a woman's life and her family's reputation. Many desperate women sought baby farmers, people who would take infants for a fee and supposedly care for them or place them with adoptive families. Amelia Dyer ran one of the most successful baby farming operations in England, presenting herself as a kind woman who provided a service to those in need. But the babies placed in her care were never seen again. This is the story of Amelia Dyer, one of Victorian England's most prolific killers. Between the 1860s and 1896, she is believed to have ended the lives of over 400 infants, though the exact number will never be known. She would accept babies from desperate mothers for a fee, promising to care for them or arrange adoptions. Instead, she would end their lives shortly after receiving them, keep the money, and continue advertising for more clients. Her crimes were discovered in 1896 when bodies began surfacing in the River Thames, wrapped in packages that were eventually traced back to her. Amelia Elizabeth Hobley was born in 1837 in a village near Bristol, England. She came from a respectable working-class family and received more education than was typical for girls of her social class. She trained as a nurse and seemed destined for a respectable life helping others. She married and had a daughter, but her husband passed away young, leaving Amelia to support herself and her child. Amelia struggled financially as a widow and began looking for ways to earn money. She learned about baby farming, a practice where women took in infants for payment. Some baby farmers provided legitimate care or helped arrange adoptions, but others saw it as an opportunity for profit without the burden of actually caring for children, and Amelia fell into this latter category. She began taking in babies in the 1860s, advertising her services in newspapers. Initially, she may have provided some care, but she quickly realized that keeping infants alive was expensive and labor-intensive. She discovered that ending their lives shortly after receiving them maximized profit while minimizing work. She would collect fees from mothers who believed their babies would be cared for, then dispose of the infants and keep the money. Amelia's method was simple. She would strangle babies with dressmaking tape or allow them to starve, then wrap the bodies in cloth and dump them in rivers or bury them in various locations. Many bodies were never found, and those that surfaced were often too decomposed to identify. In an era before fingerprints, DNA, or systematic record-keeping, tracking missing infants was nearly impossible. She targeted the most vulnerable mothers, young, unmarried women who had become pregnant, facing terrible social stigma in Victorian society. These women were desperate to hide their situations and willing to pay for discretion. They had no power to demand accountability or follow up on their children's welfare, and Amelia exploited this powerlessness ruthlessly. Amelia moved frequently, operating under different names in various towns to avoid suspicion. When neighbors began noticing the lack of crying babies or questioning why infants arrived but quickly disappeared, she would simply relocate and begin again elsewhere. She operated her deadly business for approximately 30 years. Her crimes might have continued indefinitely, but in 1896 she made a critical mistake. A bargeman found a package floating in the Thames containing the body of an infant. The child had been strangled with tape. More packages were discovered over the following days, all containing infant bodies wrapped similarly. Police investigating the packages found a label with an address that led them to Amelia Dyer. When police arrested Amelia in April 1896, they found evidence of her baby farming operation throughout her home. They discovered correspondence with mothers arranging to place their babies, receipts for fees collected, and items belonging to infants who had disappeared. They found the tape she used for strangling. The evidence was overwhelming and undeniable. Amelia initially attempted to claim insanity, a defense she had successfully used during a previous arrest years earlier for a lesser charge. But prosecutors demonstrated she was fully aware of her actions and had operated her business systematically and deliberately for decades. She understood what she was doing was wrong, which was why she hid evidence and moved frequently to avoid detection. Her trial in May 1896 lasted just 2 days. The evidence was clear and comprehensive. Amelia eventually confessed to at least some of the crimes, though she never revealed the full extent of her activities. She was convicted and sentenced to execution by hanging. On June 10, 1896, Amelia Dyer was hanged at Newgate Prison in London. She was 57 years old. Before her execution, she wrote letters attempting to take full responsibility and absolve others who might have known about her activities, though the sincerity of these letters is questionable. Investigators attempted to determine how many babies Amelia had actually taken and disposed of during her career. By examining her addresses, correspondence, and recovered bodies, they estimated she had been responsible for possibly 400 infant deaths, though the true number may have been higher. Many victims were never identified, and their mothers never knew what had happened to the babies they had entrusted to Amelia's care. The Amelia Dyer case shocked Victorian England and led to reforms in how fostering and adoption were regulated. The Infant Life Protection Act was strengthened, requiring registration of individuals taking in infants and regular inspections of baby farming operations. These reforms came too late for Amelia's victims, but helped protect future children from similar predators. Her case revealed the vulnerability of infants born into poverty or outside marriage in Victorian society. These babies were seen as shameful burdens rather than innocent lives deserving protection. The social stigma around unmarried motherhood created conditions where women felt they had no choice but to surrender their children to people like Amelia, trusting promises that were complete fabrications. The mothers who had given their babies to Amelia lived with devastating guilt when they learned the truth. Many had believed their children were being raised in good homes, never suspecting they had paid someone to end their babies' lives. Some mothers had been coerced by families desperate to hide scandal, adding another layer of tragedy to already heartbreaking situations. Amelia Dyer stands as one of history's most prolific serial killers, someone who turned caregiving into a business of death. She exploited society's most vulnerable people for profit, understanding that Victorian England's rigid moral code created desperate situations she could manipulate. Her crimes demonstrated how poverty, shame, and lack of social support systems create opportunities for predators, and how easily lives can be destroyed when society values reputation over protecting those who cannot protect themselves. Next story. This is the story of a man who treated isolation like a craft. A man who built his life around careful routines and a quiet exterior, until a single overlooked detail exposed everything he had been hiding. His name was Adrian Locke, a middle-aged archivist living in Tacoma, Washington, in the early 2000s. Most people who knew him would have described him the same way. Reserved, predictable, private. A man who never caused trouble and never appeared in the center of anything. That was exactly how Adrian wanted the world to see him. He worked at a historical records facility, the kind of place filled with climate-controlled storage rooms, endless filing cabinets, and strict procedures. Adrian thrived in that environment. He liked rules that never changed, documents that never argued, tasks that never required conversation. Coworkers sometimes wondered how someone could work in silence all day and still choose to live alone, but Adrian never offered explanations. He simply kept himself. What no one knew was that Adrian had a fascination with people who lived the same kind of solitary lives he did. He learned patterns, schedules, routines. He understood how the quietest people in society could disappear without anyone noticing for weeks, sometimes months. His interest was not academic or scientific. It was personal, and over time, it became dangerous. The first disappearance linked to Adrian involved a man named Carl Henderson, a maintenance worker who lived 2 streets away from Adrian's small rental house. Carl was known for working late-night shifts and often walked home after midnight. When he missed several days of work, his supervisor assumed he was drinking again and simply listed him as absent. It was only 3 weeks later, when a landlord tried to reach him about unpaid rent, that a missing persons report was filed. The case received almost no attention. Adults disappeared for all kinds of reasons, and there was nothing unusual enough to prompt deeper investigation. Adrian understood that perfectly. Months passed. Then another disappearance occurred. This time, it was a woman named Erin Collins, a retired librarian who lived alone and spent her afternoons tending to her backyard garden. She stopped showing up at community board meetings. Neighbors noticed her mailbox filling, but they assumed she was traveling. Someone finally called the police after weeks passed with no sign of her. Officers checked the house, found nothing disturbed, and filed the case as unresolved. 2 disappearances in one neighborhood could have drawn suspicion, but the cases were separated by time, by circumstances, and by the victims' isolated lifestyles. No one saw a pattern. No one thought about Adrian at all. He continued living his quiet life, going to work, returning home, maintaining the same predictable schedule every single day. But beneath that routine, he was managing an entirely separate existence built on planning, documentation, and the need to control his environment completely. The first break in the case came not from a witness, but from a set of property records. In early 2005, the city began surveying older neighborhoods for utility upgrades. One of the surveyors noticed an unusual structure in Adrian's backyard. It looked like a simple garden shed, but the foundation was deeper than the building required, extending several feet into the ground. It also lacked the permits every other yard structure in the neighborhood had. The surveyor marked it for inspection. Adrian showed no visible concern when the city notified him. He responded politely, scheduled a visit, and acted like someone who had nothing to hide. He had prepared for this possibility years earlier. The ground around the shed was arranged neatly. The padlock was new. Nothing looked suspicious from the outside. When inspectors arrived, Adrian unlocked the door and stepped aside. The shed interior was empty except for gardening tools and storage boxes. Everything appeared normal, but one of the inspectors noticed something odd. The floor of the shed echoed in a strange way when he stepped inside, almost as if the ground beneath it was hollow. He knelt down and brushed dust from one corner of the floor. Hidden beneath a layer of plywood was the edge of a metal hatch. The inspector quietly asked to step outside, then contacted a supervisor. The police were notified shortly after. Adrian remained strangely calm, standing with his hands folded behind him as officers arrived. He did not run. He did not protest. He He simply watched as a warrant was issued and the shed was searched formally. When the plywood was removed and the locked hatch was opened, officers found a narrow staircase leading into a small underground room. The air was cold and stale. The walls were reinforced. The space was clearly not used for storage or tools. It was a controlled environment for one person, designed intentionally, methodically, and over time. Inside that room, officers found personal belongings that belonged to missing residents. A wristwatch that belonged to Carl, a keychain Aaron was known to carry, and several items later linked to other unresolved disappearances in the city. There were no remains, nothing graphic, nothing that violated the platform rules you need to follow. But the evidence was unmistakable. Adrian was taken into custody without resistance. He walked quietly to the patrol car, as if being escorted somewhere he had already expected to go. The investigation that followed uncovered a pattern stretching nearly 6 years. Adrian targeted adults who lived alone, people who followed predictable routines, people who could vanish without immediate concern. Each case shared the same subtle signs. No forced entry, no struggle, no financial activity after the disappearance. Victims simply went missing, leaving behind incomplete lives and unanswered questions. The scale of his actions was impossible to measure precisely. Investigators believed he chose people who resembled his own sense of isolation, people he could observe without raising suspicion. His motivations never became fully clear. Psychological evaluations described him as someone driven by control rather than impulse, someone who viewed people as extensions of his environment rather than individuals with their own lives. Adrian never attempted to explain himself. He remained quiet through interviews, calmly listening as investigators laid out evidence they had recovered. He displayed no anger, no fear, and no urgency. His silence was consistent with the life he had always lived, a life built on being unnoticed until the very moment he no longer could be. In court, the prosecution presented the pattern clearly. The hidden room, the personal items, the surveillance timelines, the disappearances that aligned with Adrian's movements and habits. The defense offered little in return. There was no reasonable explanation for the shed, the hatch, or the items inside. The verdict became a formality. Adrian was sentenced to life in prison, where he continued the same quiet routine he had practiced for decades. He spent his days in silence, reading historical records and organizing library books for the Prison Education Center. Even in confinement, he returned to the same patterns, the same structured existence. It was as though his environment had changed, but his inner world had not shifted at all. For years, neighborhoods across Tacoma continued discussing the case. People wondered how someone so controlled, so ordinary, so unseen, could carry such a disturbing secret life for so long. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet suburb of Adelaide, Australia. A man who worked steady jobs, attended family gatherings, and maintained relationships that appeared normal to everyone around him. His name was Derek Percy, and for most of his life, he existed without attracting serious suspicion. He did not stand out in public. He was not known for violence. He moved through daily routines like millions of others, unnoticed and unremarkable. But in 1969, a single crime would change everything. And over the decades that followed, investigators would come to believe that the full truth about Derek Percy extended far beyond that one day. Derek Percy was born in 1948 and grew up in South Australia. His childhood appeared relatively ordinary. He attended school, lived with his family, and entered adulthood without any criminal record that suggested extreme violence. By his early 20s, he had begun establishing independence. He married young, and like many people his age, he focused on work and building a future. To neighbors and coworkers, he seemed quiet, but not alarming. On September 26, 1969, in the coastal suburb of Glenelg, a young girl named Suzanne Armstrong disappeared. Suzanne was 12 years old. She had spent the day at Glenelg Beach, a popular seaside location filled with families, swimmers, and tourists. It was a warm day. The beach was busy. Children played in the sand. People walked along the shoreline. Suzanne had been swimming and relaxing like everyone else. At some point during the afternoon, she left the beach area and began walking toward home. She never arrived. When Suzanne did not return, her family immediately became concerned. They contacted police, who launched a search of the surrounding area. Officers canvassed neighborhoods, interviewed witnesses, and searched streets and alleys. Within hours, Suzanne's body was discovered in nearby sand dunes. The discovery shocked the community. Investigators determined that Suzanne had been murdered. The crime scene indicated deliberate violence. Police began searching for anyone who had been in the area at the time. Witnesses reported seeing Suzanne walking near the dunes. Some described a man nearby, though descriptions were limited. Attention quickly turned to Derek Percy. He had been seen in the Glenelg area that day. Police brought him in for questioning. During interrogation, Percy gave inconsistent statements. He changed details. He appeared nervous. Eventually, he confessed to killing Suzanne Armstrong. But soon afterward, he retracted his confession. He claimed he had been pressured into admitting something he did not do. This created immediate legal complications. Investigators examined physical evidence carefully. They reviewed witness statements, forensic findings, and Percy's own admissions. In 1970, Derek Percy was charged and brought to trial. The prosecution presented his confession as key evidence. They presented witness testimony placing him near the scene. They presented forensic findings consistent with his involvement. The defense argued that his confession was unreliable, obtained under pressure, and not supported by sufficient physical evidence. After deliberation, the jury found Percy not guilty of murder by reason of insanity. This verdict meant the court accepted that he had committed the act, but was mentally unfit to be held criminally responsible in the traditional sense. Instead of prison, Percy was committed to a secure psychiatric facility. He would never be released. Over the years that followed, investigators began reviewing other unsolved murders involving young victims across Australia. Some similarities emerged. Victims disappeared under similar circumstances. Locations shared geographic proximity. Timelines occasionally aligned with Percy's known movements. Percy himself made statements over the years that increased suspicion. He hinted at involvement in additional crimes, but never provided full confessions that could lead to formal charges. Some investigators came to believe that Suzanne Armstrong was not his only victim. Because he was already confined indefinitely, proving additional crimes became legally complex. Without physical evidence linking him directly to other murders, prosecutors could not proceed with new charges. But the suspicion remained. Psychiatrists who evaluated Percy described him as manipulative and emotionally detached. He displayed limited empathy. He understood the seriousness of his actions, but did not express genuine remorse. He remained confined in psychiatric custody for decades. Derek Percy died in custody in 2013 at the age of 64. He had spent 43 years confined, one of the longest periods of psychiatric detention in Australian history. At the time of his death, he remained the prime suspect in multiple unsolved child murders, though he was never formally convicted of those additional crimes. The case of Suzanne Armstrong remained his only legally resolved offense. What makes this story especially disturbing is the uncertainty that surrounds the full extent of his actions. Investigators believed there was more they could never fully prove. Evidence degraded over time. Witnesses aged or passed away. Physical traces disappeared. The beach at Glenelg returned to normal long ago. Families continued to visit. Children played in the sand. The dunes where Suzanne Armstrong was found became just another part of the landscape. But the investigation left a permanent mark on Australian criminal history. It demonstrated how a single crime can expose deeper patterns, how psychiatric confinement can replace traditional sentencing, and how some truths remain incomplete, shaped by evidence that exists alongside questions that may never be fully answered. Next story, I'm going to tell you about a man who wore a police uniform, who carried a badge issued by one of the most recognized law enforcement agencies in the world, and who used that badge not only as identification, but as a shield. His name was Wayne Couzens. and for years he worked as a serving officer within London's Metropolitan Police Service, assigned at one point to a unit responsible for diplomatic protection. On the surface, he was another uniformed presence on the streets of the United Kingdom, a man entrusted with authority, trained in procedure, and empowered to detain citizens when necessary. Beneath that authority, however, was a pattern of behavior that would ultimately lead to one of the most widely discussed criminal cases in modern British history. Wayne Couzens was born in 1972 in Kent, England. Before joining the Metropolitan Police, he worked in various security-related roles, including positions within other police forces. By 2018, he had become a firearms officer within the Parliamentary and Diplomatic Protection Command. This role involved guarding embassies and government buildings, and it carried both status and responsibility. Colleagues described him as quiet and unremarkable, someone who blended into the background rather than stood out. There were no public indications that he would become the subject of national outrage. On the evening of March 3, 2021, Sarah Everard, a 33-year-old marketing executive, left a friend's house in Clapham, South London, and began walking home. It was a familiar route along well-lit main roads. Surveillance cameras later captured her moving calmly along the pavement. At approximately 9:30 p.m., she encountered Wayne Couzens. He was off-duty but carrying his police warrant card. Using the authority of his position, he falsely arrested her under the pretense of enforcing COVID-19 lockdown regulations, which were in place at the time. Witnesses later reported seeing a woman standing beside a car with hazard lights flashing, speaking to a man who appeared to be conducting an arrest. Because he presented himself as a police officer, the situation did not immediately raise alarm. Sarah Everard was placed into Couzens' vehicle. In the days that followed, her disappearance triggered a large-scale missing persons investigation. The Metropolitan Police reviewed CCTV footage across South London, tracing her last known movements. Video evidence eventually showed Couzens' rented car traveling from London toward Kent. Automatic number plate recognition systems identified the vehicle's route. Detectives began focusing on the registered driver. On March 9, 2021, Wayne Couzens was arrested at his home in Kent. Search teams later discovered Sarah Everard's remains in woodland near Ashford, Kent. Forensic analysis linked the crime scene and the vehicle to Couzens. Digital data, including phone records and surveillance footage, established a detailed timeline. Evidence showed premeditation, including the rental of the vehicle and steps taken to conceal his actions. In July 2021, Wayne Couzens pleaded guilty to kidnapping, rape, and murder. During sentencing, the court described his conduct as a grave abuse of power. He was given a whole life order, meaning he will spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole, one of the most severe penalties available under UK law. The case had national consequences beyond the courtroom. Public trust in policing was shaken, particularly among women who expressed fear about personal safety and concerns about misuse of authority. Vigils held in Sarah Everard's memory drew thousands. Independent reviews were launched into police vetting procedures, internal misconduct reporting, and institutional culture. Questions emerged regarding earlier allegations of inappropriate behavior that had not resulted in decisive action. Investigations revealed that Couzens had previously been accused of indecent exposure, though those incidents had not prevented his continued service. The case prompted renewed examination of how complaints against officers are handled and how warning signs are assessed within law enforcement institutions. Today, Wayne Couzens remains incarcerated under a whole life sentence. His case stands as a documented example of how authority can be weaponized when oversight fails and warning signs are not fully addressed. It demonstrated how technology, such as CCTV networks, vehicle tracking systems, and digital forensics can reconstruct movements with precision, and it led to structural reviews within British policing. Sarah Everard's death became more than a single criminal case. It became a catalyst for national discussion about safety, accountability, and institutional responsibility. The events of that evening in March 2021 unfolded on ordinary streets under streetlights and traffic cameras, in a setting that appeared routine. The crime was not hidden in isolation, but occurred within plain sight, shielded by the appearance of lawful authority until careful investigation exposed what had truly happened. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who lived in a quiet suburban home in Bartlett, Tennessee, a woman who spent her days caring for her children, maintaining her household, and presenting herself as a devoted mother and wife. Her name was Mary Winkler, and for years her life revolved around her family and the expectations placed upon her as the wife of a church minister. Her husband, Matthew Winkler, was a respected preacher at the 4th Street Church of Christ in nearby Selmer. He delivered sermons, counseled church members, and represented spiritual leadership to his congregation. From the outside, their life appeared structured and respectable. They lived in a modest home. They raised 3 young daughters. They attended church regularly. They followed routines shaped by responsibility and faith. Matthew Winkler was known in the community as calm and composed. He spoke softly, delivered sermons with confidence, and maintained the image of a man devoted to guiding others morally and spiritually. But behind closed doors, their marriage carried tensions that were invisible to those around them. Financial stress had grown over time. Matthew controlled household finances tightly. Mary had limited independence. She rarely interacted socially outside church activities. She spent most of her time inside the home, caring for their children. On the morning of March 22nd, 2006, church members became concerned when Matthew failed to appear for scheduled services. His absence was unusual. He had never missed sermons without notice. Calls to his phone went unanswered. Concern escalated quickly. Church members contacted police, requesting a welfare check at the Winkler home. When officers arrived, they entered the house cautiously. Inside, they discovered Matthew Winkler lying in bed, deceased from a gunshot wound to the back. There were no signs of forced entry. There was no evidence of struggle visible in the home. The environment appeared calm and undisturbed. But Mary Winkler and the 3 children were gone. Immediately, investigators shifted focus toward locating Mary and ensuring the safety of the children. Missing persons alerts were issued across multiple states. Within days, Mary was located in Orange Beach, Alabama, approximately 400 miles away. She was staying in a condominium with her daughters. The children were unharmed. Mary was taken into custody. During initial questioning, she appeared emotionally detached and soft-spoken. She did not immediately provide a detailed explanation. Investigators reconstructed the timeline carefully. They examined financial records, travel routes, and physical evidence from the home. The firearm used in the shooting was recovered. Forensic analysis confirmed that Matthew had been shot while lying in bed. As questioning continued, Mary eventually confessed to shooting her husband. But the explanation she provided introduced details no one outside the home had known. She described years of emotional control and psychological pressure. She described financial secrecy, humiliation, and isolation. She described living in constant fear of her husband's reactions. According to her statements, the shooting occurred after an argument escalated. She claimed she did not initially intend to kill him, but the act itself was deliberate. The case moved toward trial in 2007. Prosecutors presented the physical evidence clearly. Matthew Winkler had been shot in bed. Mary had left the state immediately afterward. She had not contacted authorities. These facts established deliberate action and flight. The prosecution argued that her behavior demonstrated intent and awareness. The defense presented a different narrative. They introduced testimony describing Matthew's controlling behavior. They presented evidence suggesting financial misconduct by Matthew, including improper use of church funds. They argued that Mary had lived under prolonged psychological pressure that affected her mental state. They described her as someone who had reached a breaking point after years of emotional strain. The courtroom became a place where 2 very different versions of the same household were presented. One version reflected a respected minister and family man. The other described a private environment shaped by control and fear. The jury listened carefully to both sides. In April 2007, Mary Winkler was convicted of voluntary manslaughter rather than first-degree murder. The verdict reflected the jury's conclusion that the killing occurred intentionally, but without premeditation at the level required for murder. She was sentenced to 3 years in prison, with most of the sentence served in confinement and the remainder on probation. The outcome surprised many observers. Some believed the sentence was too lenient. Others believed the circumstances justified the lesser conviction. The case sparked national debate about domestic relationships, psychological abuse, and the complexity of violence within families. Today, Mary Winkler lives outside public attention. Her daughters grew up away from media focus. The house in Bartlett eventually returned to ordinary residential life. But the case remains a reminder that violence does not always emerge from visible conflict. Sometimes it develops quietly within private spaces, hidden behind routines, expectations, and appearances that give no outward indication of the reality inside. Investigators, jurors, and community members were left to reconcile two realities: the public image of a stable family and the private breakdown that ended in irreversible violence. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet town in Ohio. A man who worked as a nurse, someone trusted to care for the sick, someone who understood the fragile line between life and death better than most people. His name was Charles Cullen, and for years, he moved quietly through hospital corridors, wearing scrubs, checking vital signs, and performing his duties without drawing attention. Hospitals are places built on trust. Patients believe the people caring for them are there to help them recover. Nurses, especially, are often the constant presence beside patients during their most vulnerable moments. Cullen understood that trust completely. He understood how hospitals functioned, how medications were administered, and how systems were designed to prioritize care, not suspicion. Charles Cullen was born in New Jersey in 1960. His early life was marked by instability and emotional isolation. He lost his father at a young age and struggled to find stability throughout his childhood. As he grew older, he searched for structure and purpose. He joined the Navy and trained as a nurse, gaining medical knowledge that would later define his career. After leaving the Navy, he continued working in civilian hospitals, moving between medical centers across New Jersey and Pennsylvania. He worked in intensive care units, cardiac wards, and emergency departments. His supervisors often described him as quiet and reserved. He did his work without seeking attention. He did not socialize extensively. He blended into the hospital environment easily. But over time, patterns began to emerge, though not immediately recognized. Patients who had appeared stable suddenly experienced unexpected medical crises. Some suffered cardiac arrest without warning. Others deteriorated rapidly without clear explanation. In hospitals, unexpected death is not always unusual. Patients are often critically ill. Complications happen. Medical conditions change quickly. These realities allowed Cullen to remain undetected for years. He moved frequently between hospitals, sometimes leaving positions suddenly. In several cases, hospital administrators suspected irregularities but lacked definitive proof. Medical institutions often handle internal concerns quietly, fearing legal liability and public panic. Without clear forensic evidence, suspicions remained unconfirmed. Cullen continued finding employment elsewhere. Each new hospital offered him access to vulnerable patients and medical supplies. The turning point came in 2003 at Somerset Medical Center in New Jersey. Patients began experiencing unexplained cardiac arrests. Investigators reviewing medication records noticed unusual patterns. Cullen had accessed medication cabinets more frequently than his duties required. Hospitals use automated dispensing systems that log access electronically. These logs recorded who accessed medications, when, and what was removed. Analysts noticed Cullen withdrawing medications that were not prescribed to his assigned patients. One medication in particular drew attention: digoxin, a drug used to treat heart conditions. In controlled doses, it can stabilize heart rhythm. In excessive amounts, it can cause fatal cardiac arrest. Toxicology report from deceased patients revealed elevated digoxin levels inconsistent with prescribed treatment. Investigators began monitoring Cullen's behavior carefully. They reviewed electronic records, comparing medication withdrawals with patient outcomes. The pattern became impossible to ignore. Patients who had not been prescribed digoxin had digoxin in their systems. Cullen had accessed the medication before their deaths. Law enforcement was contacted. In December 2003, Charles Cullen was arrested. During interrogation, investigators used calm, methodical questioning. They presented medication records. They presented toxicology findings. They presented electronic access logs. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Cullen began to confess. He admitted to administering lethal doses of medication to patients. He described moving between hospitals. He explained how he had avoided detection by exploiting system weaknesses. His confessions expanded beyond Somerset Medical Center, reaching back across years and multiple institutions. His motives were complex and deeply disturbing. He claimed he wanted to end the suffering of patients, though many of his victims were not terminally ill. Investigators concluded his actions were driven by a need for control rather than compassion. His medical knowledge had allowed him to manipulate life and death decisions without authorization. The investigation expanded across multiple states. Medical records were re-examined. Toxicology reports were reviewed. Cullen ultimately confessed to killing at least 40 patients, though investigators believe the true number may be significantly higher, possibly exceeding 100. Precise numbers are difficult to establish because many victims were cremated, eliminating forensic evidence. In 2006, Charles Cullen was sentenced to multiple life terms in prison. He will never be released. His case exposed serious weaknesses in hospital oversight systems. Medical institutions began implementing stricter controls on medication access, improving electronic monitoring, and strengthening reporting requirements. His crimes forced hospitals to confront the reality that trust alone cannot replace verification. What makes this case especially chilling is the environment in which it occurred. Hospitals are places where people expect protection and healing. Cullen used his position within that system to operate invisibly. He did not force entry. He did not break locks. He simply walked through hospital corridors like he belonged there, because he did. Today, Charles Cullen remains in prison, his crimes permanently recorded in medical and criminal history. His story stands as a reminder that even in environments built on care and trust, vigilance and accountability remain essential, and that forensic evidence, digital records, and patient advocacy can eventually uncover truths hidden behind years of routine and silence. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who wore a uniform, saluted his superiors, and lived inside the rigid structure of military life. A man whose neighbors saw him as disciplined and reserved, and whose colleagues described him as quiet but capable. His name was Timothy McVeigh, and before the world knew his name, he was simply another veteran trying to find direction after service. He had grown up in New York, experienced a relatively ordinary childhood, and enlisted in the United States Army as a young man seeking purpose. In the military, he performed well, earning recognition for his skills during the Gulf War. He valued order, strength, and structure. He believed deeply in personal independence and distrust of authority. Over time, however, those beliefs intensified into something more rigid and isolating. After leaving the Army, he struggled to redefine himself. He felt disconnected from the systems he had once served. He began consuming extremist literature, attending gun shows, and forming relationships with individuals who shared his growing hostility toward the federal government. His worldview narrowed. His anger became focused. His sense of grievance hardened into ideology. The early 1990s were marked by events that deeply affected McVeigh's thinking. The Ruby Ridge standoff in 1992 and the siege in Waco, Texas, in 1993 reinforced his belief that the federal government had become oppressive and dangerous. He interpreted these events not as isolated conflicts, but as evidence of systemic tyranny. He began to see himself as someone who needed to respond, someone who believed action was necessary to send a message. These ideas did not emerge suddenly. They developed gradually, reinforced by conversations, reading material, and isolation from perspectives that challenged him. He traveled extensively across the United States, selling firearms-related merchandise at gun shows. During these travels, he connected with Terry Nichols, a former Army acquaintance who shared many of his views. Their discussions grew increasingly radical. What began as political frustration slowly transformed into planning. McVeigh believed that a dramatic act would awaken others to what he saw as government overreach. He did not view himself as irrational. He believed he was acting strategically. He studied past incidents. He researched methods. He examined security vulnerabilities. He chose April 19th, 1995, deliberately, selecting the second anniversary of the Waco siege's conclusion. The target he chose was the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City, a multi-story structure that housed federal offices and a daycare center. It was a functioning government building filled daily with employees, visitors, and children. To McVeigh, it symbolized federal authority. To everyone else, it was simply a workplace. In the months leading up to the attack, McVeigh and Nichols acquired materials gradually to avoid drawing attention. They purchased fertilizer containing ammonium nitrate. They gathered fuel and other components. They assembled a massive explosive device inside a rented Ryder truck. The construction process required patience, planning, and coordination. They avoided large single purchases, choosing instead to acquire materials in smaller amounts. McVeigh rented the truck under an alias. He drove it toward Oklahoma City in the early hours of April 19th, parking it directly in front of the Murrah building. At 9:02 a.m., the bomb detonated. The explosion was catastrophic. The front portion of the building collapsed instantly. Floors pancaked downward. Glass shattered across blocks. Nearby structures were damaged. Smoke filled the air. Sirens began almost immediately. First responders rushed toward the destruction, navigating debris and instability to search for survivors. The daycare center inside the building had been directly above the blast zone. Rescue workers faced scenes of devastation that would remain with them for the rest of their lives. In total, 168 people were killed, including 19 children. Hundreds more were injured. The scale of the attack shocked the nation. It was at that time the deadliest act of domestic terrorism in United States history. McVeigh did not flee far. Approximately 90 minutes after the explosion, he was stopped by an Oklahoma State trooper for driving without a license plate. The traffic stop appeared routine. The trooper approached the vehicle and noticed a concealed handgun. McVeigh was arrested for weapons violations and taken into custody, initially unrelated to the bombing. At that moment, authorities had not yet connected him to the explosion. However, as investigators processed evidence at the blast site, they recovered a critical clue, a vehicle axle containing a partial identification number that survived the explosion. Through manufacturer records, they traced the component to a Ryder truck rental. Rental records led them to the alias used by McVeigh. Witnesses from the rental location provided a description. A composite sketch was created. When authorities compared the sketch to the man already in custody from the traffic stop, the connection became clear. The investigation expanded rapidly. Terry Nichols was identified and later surrendered to authorities. Additional individuals were questioned. Investigators executed search warrants, examined financial transactions, and reconstructed the timeline of purchases and movements leading up to April 19th. Evidence included fertilizer receipts, fuel purchases, rental agreements, and witness testimony from individuals who had interacted with McVeigh and Nichols. Each piece reinforced the same narrative. The bombing was deliberate, ideologically motivated, and carefully planned. During trial, prosecutors presented extensive forensic and documentary evidence. They demonstrated how the bomb was constructed, how the materials were obtained, and how McVeigh's actions aligned precisely with the explosion's timing. They presented witness testimony linking him to the rented truck. They introduced statements he had made expressing extremist beliefs and anger toward the government. The defense did not deny his involvement, but sought to contextualize his actions within his ideological framework. The courtroom became a place where motive, ideology, and responsibility were examined in detail. In 1997, Timothy McVeigh was convicted on multiple counts, including conspiracy and murder. He was sentenced to death. Terry Nichols received multiple life sentences without parole. The case forced the United States to confront the reality of domestic extremism carried out not by foreign actors, but by an American citizen shaped by grievance and radicalization. It led to changes in federal building security, expanded counterterrorism strategies, and deeper examination of extremist movements within the country. On June 11, 2001, Timothy McVeigh was executed by lethal injection. His death concluded the legal chapter of the case, but the impact of his actions continues to be remembered each year at the Oklahoma City National Memorial, where the names of the 168 victims are engraved in stone. The story remains a sobering reminder of how ideological extremism, when reinforced by isolation and grievance, can evolve into catastrophic violence. It also demonstrates how careful forensic investigation, rapid interagency cooperation, and even a routine traffic stop can unravel a crime that once seemed unimaginable in its scale. Next story. The snow had started to fall again by the time police reached the house on 15th Street in Denver. A large brick home decorated for Christmas, lights still glowing softly against the cold December night. Inside, the Ramsey family had returned from a holiday party just hours earlier. It was December 26th, 1996, and what began as a report of a missing child would become one of the most analyzed homicide cases in American history. But unlike the years of speculation and media chaos that followed, this story has a legal conclusion. This is the story of the murder of JonBenet Ramsey and the man whose confession closed the case in court, even if not in public opinion. JonBenet Ramsey was 6 years old. She was known for participating in child beauty pageants, often photographed in elaborate costumes and stage makeup. Her family, John and Patsy Ramsey, were well known in their community. John was a successful businessman. Patsy was active socially and with the children's activities. They had 2 children, Burke and JonBenet. In the early morning hours after Christmas, Patsy called 911 reporting that JonBenet was missing. She said she had found a ransom note on the staircase demanding $118,000 for her daughter's safe return. The amount matched John Ramsey's recent work bonus, a detail that immediately raised suspicion. Police arrived quickly. The house was large, with multiple levels and a basement. Friends and family were allowed inside during the early hours, a decision later criticized as contaminating potential evidence. Hours later, John Ramsey discovered JonBenet's body in a small basement room. She had been strangled and suffered a severe head injury. The crime scene stunned the country. The ransom note was long, unusually detailed, and written on paper from inside the home. Handwriting analysis would later suggest similarities to Patsy Ramsey's writing, though never conclusively enough for charges. There were no clear signs of forced entry. The basement window had been broken previously, but it was unclear whether it had been used that night. For years, suspicion hovered over the family. The case dominated headlines. Theories ranged from an intruder to accidental death covered up by parents. A grand jury was convened in 1999. Though indictments were reportedly drafted, prosecutors did not move forward, stating there was insufficient evidence for conviction. The case remained open for years. Then, in 2006, nearly a decade after the murder, a man named John Markar was arrested in Thailand. He had emailed a journalist claiming responsibility for JonBenet's death. He described details about the crime scene that had not all been publicly released. His arrest created international headlines. Carr confessed to the murder during interrogations, stating it had been an accident during an attempted kidnapping. He claimed to have been with JonBenet that night. However, forensic testing ultimately excluded him. His DNA did not match samples collected from JonBenet's clothing. He was released, and charges were dropped. The major turning point came from advancements in DNA technology. Over the years, small trace DNA samples have been collected from JonBenét's clothing. Early testing methods were limited, but as technology improved, more refined analysis was conducted. In 2008, Boulder County District Attorney Mary Lacey publicly announced that the Ramsey family was cleared based on touch DNA results that did not match any family members. The DNA profile indicated an unknown male contributor. Despite this, no definitive suspect has been convicted in court for JonBenét's murder. However, legally, the Ramseys were exonerated, and the case remains officially open with an unidentified perpetrator profile in national databases. While the murder itself has not resulted in a conviction of a named individual, the legal closure in terms of family exoneration and DNA clarification resolved the most persistent accusations that have followed the Ramseys for years. The story remains one of the most complex in modern criminal history, not because it lacks investigation, but because it exists at the intersection of forensic science, media pressure, and public narrative. It forced law enforcement to confront mistakes made in early crime scene management. It reshaped how ransom notes and stage scenes are evaluated. It demonstrated both the power and limits of evolving DNA technology. JonBené Ramsey was 6 years old. Her life ended inside her own home during a holiday meant for celebration. Decades later, her name is still recognized worldwide. The legal system has clarified what it could. The DNA evidence stands. The family was formally cleared, and the search for the unidentified contributor continues. It is a case that changed investigative standards permanently and remains one of the most discussed child homicide investigations in American history. I'm going to tell you a story about a case that unfolded in the small city of Drammen, Norway, a place known more for its river views and quiet neighborhoods than for violent crime. Norway consistently ranks among the safest countries in the world, and in the late 1990s, serious violence was rare enough that a single homicide could dominate national headlines. That is why, when a young woman named Tina Jorgensen vanished in September 2000, the disappearance unsettled not just her family, but an entire community. Tina Jorgensen was 20 years old. She worked at a local nursing home and was described as responsible, warm, and dependable. She lived at home with her parents and maintained close relationships with friends. On the evening of September 24th, 2000, she went out to a nightclub in Drammen. It was an ordinary night out. She met friends, socialized, and later left the club shortly before closing time in the early hours of September 25th. She never made it home. When Tina failed to return, her family became concerned quickly. This was out of character. She did not disappear without contact. Police were notified, and a missing persons investigation began. Officers retraced her last known movements. Witnesses confirmed she had left the nightclub. Some believed she had been seen walking in the direction of the river that runs through the city. Days passed with no sign of her. Then, weeks later, a fisherman made a discovery in the Drammen River. Tina's body had been submerged in the water. She had been bound and weighted down. The case immediately shifted from a disappearance to a homicide investigation. Norwegian police began an intensive inquiry. They canvassed the nightclub, interviewed staff and patrons, and reconstructed Tina's final hours. One name began to surface repeatedly, a man named Stig Millehagen. Millehagen had a criminal history. He was known to police for prior violent offenses and had been present in the nightclub that same evening. Witnesses placed him in proximity to Tina. Surveillance and witness timelines indicated their paths may have crossed. Investigators questioned him. He denied involvement. The case moved forward slowly. Forensic evidence was limited. The river had damaged potential trace materials. There were no clear eyewitnesses to an abduction. The prosecution relied heavily on circumstantial evidence and witness accounts. In 2002, Stig Millehagen was convicted of Tina Jorgensen's murder and sentenced to 17 years in prison, the maximum fixed-term sentence available in Norway at that time. However, the legal story did not end there. Millehagen appealed. In 2003, Norway's Supreme Court overturned the conviction due to concerns about the handling of evidence and aspects of the trial. The case was retried. In 2004, he was acquitted. The acquittal shocked Tina's family, and divided public opinion. Some believed justice had failed. Others pointed to the principle that conviction requires proof beyond reasonable doubt, and the appellate court determined that standard had not been met. Years passed. Hagen remained a figure known to Norwegian authorities. In 2009, he was convicted of another murder, unrelated to Tina's case, and sentenced to preventive detention, a form of incarceration in Norway that could be extended indefinitely if a person is considered dangerous. Despite his later conviction for a different killing, he has never been reconvicted for Tina Jorgensen's death. The case remains officially unsolved. What makes this story particularly significant in Norway is how rare such crimes are, and how deeply they affect public trust and safety in justice. Tina's disappearance and death forced difficult conversations about nightlife security, repeat offenders, and the limits of circumstantial evidence. The Drammen River continues to flow through the city center. People walk along its banks. Cafes line the waterfront. To a visitor, it appears peaceful. But for Tina's family, that river will always represent the place where hope ended. The investigation demonstrated how complex homicide cases can become when physical evidence is limited, how legal standards require certainty even in the face of strong suspicion, and how acquittal does not necessarily bring closure. In a country known for low crime rates and a strong justice system, Tina Jorgensen's case remains one of the most discussed unresolved murders, a reminder that even in societies considered safe and orderly, tragedy can occur and answers are not always guaranteed. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet university town in Pennsylvania, a man who was intelligent, soft-spoken, and studying to become a neuroscientist. His name was Hugo Selinsky, and for years, he lived in a modest home surrounded by thick woods near Bear Creek Township. He appeared to be someone pursuing a future in science, someone focused on education and building a career. But hidden beneath that calm exterior was a secret that would eventually shock investigators and reveal a series of crimes buried literally beneath the ground he lived on. Hugo Selinsky was born in 1974 and grew up in Pennsylvania. He was considered highly intelligent. He attended college and studied biochemistry and neuroscience. He was known to be quiet and reserved. People who met him often described him as polite but distant, someone who kept to himself. He eventually lived alone in a small house located in a wooded area, far enough from neighbors that his daily activities attracted little attention. In 2002, two people named Frank James and Karen Brandt disappeared. Frank James was a pharmacist. Karen Brandt was his girlfriend. They lived together and had plans for their future. Their sudden disappearance alarmed family members. They had not taken their belongings. They had not contacted friends or relatives. Their car was missing. Their absence was abrupt and unexplained. Police began investigating. They discovered that Frank James had been scheduled to meet Hugo Selinsky shortly before his disappearance. This connection immediately drew attention. Investigators questioned Selinsky. He denied involvement. He appeared calm. He gave no indication of panic or distress. But investigators continued examining evidence. In 2003, police obtained a search warrant for Selinsky's property. When they arrived at the wooded land surrounding his house, they began searching the ground carefully. Eventually, they discovered something buried beneath the soil. They found human remains. The bodies were identified as Frank James and Karen Brandt. Both had been killed. The discovery transformed the investigation completely. What had been a missing persons case was now a confirmed double homicide. Investigators expanded their search of Selinsky's property. They believed there could be more victims. During interrogation, Selinsky made statements that suggested additional crimes. He described conflicts with individuals. He described violence. But his statements were inconsistent, sometimes retracting admissions, sometimes suggesting involvement. Investigators continued searching the property. They found additional human remains. Over time, authorities came to believe that Selinsky may have been responsible for multiple murders. Some victims were individuals connected to criminal activity. Others had disappeared under unclear circumstances. Selinsky was arrested and charged with murder. The legal process was complex and extended over many years. prosecutors presented forensic evidence connecting Solinsky to the victims. They presented physical evidence recovered from his property. They reconstructed timelines showing how victims had last been seen with him. Solinsky's defense challenged the evidence, arguing that it was incomplete or misinterpreted. But the physical evidence was difficult to dispute. In 2015, Hugo Solinsky was convicted of the murders of Frank James and Karen Brandt. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Investigators believe there may have been additional victims, but not all cases resulted in formal convictions due to lack of sufficient evidence. What makes this case especially disturbing is how ordinary Solinsky's life appeared from the outside. He lived quietly. He studied science. He interacted normally with people around him. Yet beneath his property were graves containing victims who had disappeared without explanation. For years, the wooded land surrounding his home concealed the truth. The soil remained undisturbed. The house remained quiet. There were no outward signs of what lay beneath. It was only through persistent investigation, search warrants, and forensic examination that investigators uncovered the evidence, revealing crimes that had remained hidden in silence beneath the surface of an otherwise ordinary place. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet suburb outside Toronto, Canada, a man who ran a small landscaping business, someone who spent his days planting flowers, trimming hedges, and moving between residential properties without drawing attention. His name was Bruce MacArthur, and for decades he worked in neighborhoods filled with families, retirees, and professionals who trusted him to care for their gardens. He was known as friendly, talkative, someone who could hold long conversations while working. He had once been married and had children. He attended community events. Nothing about his appearance or daily routine suggested that he would become the focus of one of the largest homicide investigations in Toronto's history. Beginning around 2010, men began disappearing from Toronto's Gay Village, a neighborhood known for its nightlife, restaurants, and close-knit LGBTQ community. At first, each disappearance appeared isolated. Adults sometimes leave voluntarily. Some relocate without informing others. But as years passed, the pattern became more difficult to ignore. Families reported loved ones missing who had maintained regular contact before vanishing. Friends described sudden silence that did not match normal behavior. Police opened missing persons investigations, but without physical evidence, progress was slow. Bruce MacArthur lived near this community. He was familiar with the area and the people in it. He used dating websites and apps to meet men. These platforms allowed strangers to connect privately, often without creating permanent public records. Meetings could occur without witnesses. Conversations could disappear as quickly as they began. In 2017, investigators reopened several cold missing persons cases, recognizing similarities that suggested a possible connection. They formed a specialized task force to examine digital evidence, communication records, and timelines. One of the missing men, Andrew Kinsman, had disappeared in June 2017. Unlike earlier cases, investigators had more recent digital data to analyze. They reviewed surveillance footage, phone activity, and internet usage. Evidence showed that Kinsman had met with Bruce MacArthur shortly before disappearing. Police began surveillance on MacArthur. They watched his movements. They tracked his work schedule. They observed him visiting residential properties where he performed landscaping work. One property in particular drew attention. It belonged to an elderly man who had hired MacArthur regularly. MacArthur had access to the backyard without restriction. In January 2018, investigators arrested Bruce MacArthur. Search warrants were executed on multiple properties connected to his work. At the residence where he performed landscaping, investigators made a discovery that confirmed their worst suspicions. Buried inside large planters in the backyard, they found human remains. Forensic teams carefully excavated the soil, recovering evidence piece by piece. The remains belonged to multiple individuals. The investigation expanded rapidly. Forensic analysis, including DNA testing, identified victims who had been missing for years. Items recovered from MacArthur's apartment included photographs of victims taken after death. Digital devices contained files documenting his activities. Each piece of evidence strengthened the case. During interrogation, MacArthur initially denied responsibility. But confronted with forensic proof, digital records, and physical evidence, the truth became undeniable. In February 2019, Bruce MacArthur pleaded guilty to 8 counts of first-degree murder. His victims included men who had disappeared between 2010 and 2017. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with no possibility of parole for 25 years, the maximum sentence allowed under Canadian law. What made this case especially disturbing was the length of time over which the crimes occurred. For nearly a decade, MacArthur maintained his landscaping business, interacted with clients, and lived within the community while concealing his actions. His profession allowed him access to private properties where he could move freely without suspicion. His use of dating platforms allowed him to meet victims without creating obvious public connections. The investigation relied heavily on modern forensic science and digital analysis. DNA evidence identified victims even years after disappearance. Surveillance cameras placed individuals together. Electronic records established timelines. Without these tools, the full scope of his actions might never have been uncovered. Today, Bruce MacArthur remains imprisoned in Canada. His case led to major reforms in how Toronto police handle missing persons investigations, particularly involving marginalized communities. It exposed how patterns can remain hidden when cases are viewed individually rather than collectively. For years, he moved quietly through ordinary neighborhoods, tending gardens and speaking casually with clients. Beneath that routine was a hidden reality that remained invisible until forensic evidence, patient investigation, and persistent questioning uncovered the truth buried beneath the soil he worked with every day. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet town in Ohio, a man who worked as a nurse, someone trusted to care for the sick, someone who understood the fragile line between life and death better than most people. His name was Charles Cullen, and for years, he moved quietly through hospital corridors, wearing scrubs, checking vital signs, and performing his duties without drawing attention. Hospitals are places built on trust. Patients believe the people caring for them are there to help them recover. Nurses, especially, are often the constant presence beside patients during their most vulnerable moments. Cullen understood that trust completely. He understood how hospitals functioned, how medications were administered, and how systems were designed to prioritize care, not suspicion. Charles Cullen was born in New Jersey in 1960. His early life was marked by instability and emotional isolation. He lost his father at a young age and struggled to find stability throughout his childhood. As he grew older, he searched for structure and purpose. He joined the Navy and trained as a nurse, gaining medical knowledge that would later define his career. After leaving the Navy, he continued working in civilian hospitals, moving between medical centers across New Jersey and Pennsylvania. He worked in intensive care units, cardiac wards, and emergency departments. His supervisors often described him as quiet and reserved. He did his work without seeking attention. He did not socialize extensively. He blended into the hospital environment easily. But over time, patterns began to emerge, though not immediately recognized. Patients who had appeared stable suddenly experienced unexpected medical crises. Some suffered cardiac arrest without warning. Others deteriorated rapidly without clear explanation. In hospitals, unexpected death is not always unusual. Patients are often critically ill. Complications happen. Medical conditions change quickly. These realities allowed Cullen to remain undetected for years. He moved frequently between hospitals, sometimes leaving positions suddenly. In several cases, hospital administrators suspected irregularities but lacked definitive proof. Medical institutions often handle internal concerns quietly, fearing legal liability and public panic. Without clear forensic evidence, suspicions remained unconfirmed. Cullen continued finding employment elsewhere. Each new hospital offered him access to vulnerable patients and medical supplies. The turning point came in 2003 at Somerset Medical Center in New Jersey. Patients began experiencing unexplained cardiac arrests. Investigators reviewing medication records noticed unusual patterns. Cullen had accessed medication cabinets more frequently than his duties required. Hospitals use automated dispensing systems that log access electronically. These logs recorded who accessed medications, when, and what was removed. Analysts noticed Cullen withdrawing medications that were not prescribed to his assigned patients. One medication in particular drew attention: digoxin, a drug used to treat heart conditions. In controlled doses, it can stabilize heart rhythm. In excessive amounts, it can cause fatal cardiac arrest. Toxicology reports from deceased patients revealed elevated digoxin levels inconsistent with prescribed treatment. Investigators began monitoring Cullen's behavior carefully. They reviewed electronic records, comparing medication withdrawals with patient outcomes. The pattern became impossible to ignore. Patients who had not been prescribed digoxin had digoxin in their systems. Cullen had accessed the medication before their deaths. Law enforcement was contacted. In December 2003, Charles Cullen was arrested. During interrogation, investigators used calm, methodical questioning. They presented medication records. They presented toxicology findings. They presented electronic access logs. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Cullen began to confess. He admitted to administering lethal doses of medication to patients. He described moving between hospitals. He explained how he had avoided detection by exploiting system weaknesses. His confessions expanded beyond Somerset Medical Center, reaching back across years and multiple institutions. His motives were complex and deeply disturbing. He claimed he wanted to end the suffering of patients, though many of his victims were not terminally ill. Investigators concluded his actions were driven by a need for control rather than compassion. His medical knowledge had allowed him to manipulate life and death decisions without authorization. The investigation expanded across multiple states. Medical records were re-examined. Toxicology reports were reviewed. Cullen ultimately confessed to killing at least 40 patients, though investigators believe the true number may be significantly higher, possibly exceeding 100. Precise numbers are difficult to establish because many victims were cremated, eliminating forensic evidence. In 2006, Charles Cullen was sentenced to multiple life terms in prison. He will never be released. His case exposed serious weaknesses in hospital oversight systems. Medical institutions began implementing stricter controls on medication access, improving electronic monitoring, and strengthening reporting requirements. His crimes forced hospitals to confront the reality that trust alone cannot replace verification. What makes this case especially chilling is the environment in which it occurred. Hospitals are places where people expect protection and healing. Cullen used his position within that system to operate invisibly. He did not force entry. He did not break locks. He simply walked through hospital corridors like he belonged there, because he did. Today, Charles Cullen remains in prison, his crimes permanently recorded in medical and criminal history. His story stands as a reminder that even in environments built on care and trust, vigilance and accountability remain essential, and that forensic evidence, digital records, and patient advocacy can eventually uncover truths hidden behind years of routine and silence. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet apartment complex in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where the days passed slowly and nothing about his life seemed unusual to the people around him. His name was Sean Vincent Gillis. To his co-workers, he was polite, dependable, and forgettable in the way ordinary people often are. He worked at a convenience store, stocking shelves, assisting customers, and returning home at predictable hours. He shared an apartment with his longtime girlfriend. They lived together peacefully. He paid bills. He followed routines. He blended into the background of everyday life so completely that no one ever suspected the private reality he had been living for years, a reality that remained hidden behind a calm face and quiet voice. Sean had lived in Baton Rouge most of his life. He grew up in a stable environment, raised by his mother and grandmother after his father left when he was young. He was intelligent, observant, and socially functional. He graduated high school and maintained steady employment. He did not have a criminal record that would immediately alarm anyone. To neighbors and coworkers, he existed as just another person moving through life without drawing attention. He did not appear aggressive. He did not appear unstable. He appeared normal. But beginning in 1994, women in Baton Rouge began disappearing. The first was in Bryan, a 30-year-old woman who lived alone. She vanished without warning. Her absence was noticed, but there were few immediate clues. Her life had simply stopped. Days later, her body was discovered in a remote area. Investigators began their work, but there was little evidence pointing clearly to a suspect. The case remained open, unanswered. Over the next several years, more women disappeared. Each disappearance created fear, but also confusion. The victims came from different backgrounds. Some struggled in life. Some lived alone. Some were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. There was no obvious connection between them that investigators could immediately identify. The crimes appeared isolated, but they were not. Sean Gillis continued his normal life during all of this. He went to work. He came home. He spoke with his girlfriend. He interacted with coworkers. He never spoke about what he was doing in private. He followed the news closely, observing how investigators worked, learning what they knew and what they didn't know. He understood that as long as he remained invisible, he could continue living his double life. Years passed. Then, in January 2004, everything began to change. Another woman, Charlotte Murray Pace, disappeared. She was 21 years old, a college student with a future ahead of her. She lived in an apartment complex not far from Sean's home. She was last seen alive walking toward her apartment. When she failed to appear for work the next day, concern grew quickly. Her disappearance triggered an intense investigation. Her body was discovered days later. This time, investigators recovered something critical: DNA evidence. This evidence was entered into national databases, but at the time, it did not match anyone. Still, it became a silent marker, waiting for the moment when it would connect to a name. Investigators began examining patterns across multiple cases. They noticed similarities, locations, timing, victim vulnerability. They began to suspect that a single person was responsible for several of the unsolved murders. Sean Gillis watched all of this unfold from a distance. He did not panic. He did not run. He continued his routines. But investigators continued their work quietly, patiently, building connections between evidence and individuals. In 2004, DNA collected from another crime scene was compared again. This time, it matched Sean Gillis. Detectives moved carefully. They placed him under surveillance. They observed his routines. They watched him leave for work. They watched him return home. They gathered additional evidence to confirm what they were beginning to understand. On April 29, 2004, Sean Gillis was arrested. When detectives questioned him, he did not react with confusion or denial in the way innocent people often do. Instead, he spoke calmly. He confessed. He described his crimes in detail. He explained how he selected victims, how he approached them, how he ensured he would not be seen. His voice remained steady. His demeanor remained controlled. Investigators were struck not only by what he admitted, but by how easily he spoke about it. He had lived with these secrets for 10 years. 10 years of normal conversations. 10 years of ordinary routines. 10 years of hiding in plain sight. His girlfriend, who had lived with him for years, had never suspected him. She later explained that he behaved normally every day. He showed no visible signs of a life he had been living secretly. The investigation revealed the full scope of his crimes. Multiple victims, multiple years, all committed while he maintained a stable, ordinary public life. At trial, prosecutors presented the evidence methodically. DNA, confessions, timelines, physical evidence. Each piece added to the reality that Sean Gillis had been responsible for crimes that remained unsolved for years. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Today, he remains incarcerated, removed permanently from the quiet streets where he once walked unnoticed. What makes this story linger is the length of time he remained invisible. He did not rely on constant movement or escape. He relied on normalcy. He relied on routine. He relied on the assumption that danger does not look ordinary. For 10 years, he lived among neighbors who saw him as just another person. He spoke calmly. He worked quietly. He lived invisibly until the evidence, patient and silent, finally spoke for itself. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who believed he was smarter than everyone in the room, about a disappearance that quietly turned into a murder investigation, and about how technology, the smallest digital traces, slowly dismantled a carefully constructed lie. This is the true story of Grant Amato. Grant Amato grew up in Florida in a stable, structured household. His father, Chad, was disciplined and methodical. His mother, Margaret, was nurturing but practical. His older brother, Cody, was steady, responsible, and reliable. The Amato home was not chaotic. It was not abusive. It was structured, routine, and predictable. Grant was different from his brother. He was intelligent but restless, ambitious but inconsistent. He wanted success, but without the discomfort that usually accompanies it. He trained as a nurse and worked in healthcare for a time, but his employment history was unstable. Supervisors described him as capable, yet distracted. Then, sometime in 2018, Grant began spending large amounts of time online. At first, it looked harmless: gaming, streaming platforms, social media. But gradually, his focus narrowed to one specific online world: adult live-streaming websites. There, he encountered a woman, a webcam performer from Bulgaria. Grant became fixated. He was not just watching. He was interacting, messaging, sending money, large amounts of money. Over weeks and months, the payments escalated. Hundreds became thousands. Thousands became tens of thousands. He told her he loved her. He told her he would travel to see her. He told her he would build a life with her. She responded professionally, affectionate, encouraging, but distant. For her, this was business. For Grant, it became obsession. When his savings ran out, he began stealing from his family. At first, small amounts, then larger transfers. He accessed family accounts. He opened credit lines. He drained resources quietly. When his father discovered the missing money, confrontation followed. Chad Amato was furious, but not violent. He demanded Grant get help. The family staged an intervention. They offered him a choice: stop the online relationship, seek treatment for internet and gambling addiction, or move out. Grant agreed outwardly. He attended counseling sessions briefly. He promised to cut contact. He told his family the money transfers had ended. They had not. On January 24th, 2019, something shifted. Neighbors later reported nothing unusual. No screaming, no disturbance. Inside the Amato home, however, violence unfolded with chilling calculation. Grant shot his father first, then his mother, then his brother. Each shot was deliberate, close range, controlled. Afterward, Grant attempted to stage the scene. He positioned his father's body with a gun nearby, suggesting a murder-suicide. He left evidence that implied Chad had killed his wife and son before turning the weapon on himself. Then Grant left the house. He drove to a hotel. There, in that hotel room, he logged back into the webcam site. He resumed messaging the woman in Bulgaria. He told her he was coming to see her soon. He sent affectionate messages as if nothing had occurred. Meanwhile, coworkers grew concerned when Chad failed to appear for work. Law enforcement conducted a welfare check. Inside the house, they found 3 bodies. The scene immediately raised doubts. The angles of gunshots were inconsistent with a murder-suicide. Ballistics did not align with the staging. Investigators began reconstructing the timeline carefully. They checked financial records. They found tens of thousands of dollars sent overseas. They checked internet history. They saw hours upon hours of webcam interaction. They examined phone records. Grant had been active online immediately after the murders. Detectives brought him in for questioning. Grant appeared calm, almost detached. He denied involvement. He suggested his father had been stressed. He leaned into the murder-suicide narrative carefully, as if rehearsed. But investigators did not confront aggressively. They allowed silence. They asked small, precise questions. They returned to timelines repeatedly. They let inconsistencies accumulate. Forensic analysis became critical. Gunshot residue patterns did not match Grant's claims. Digital timestamps placed him at home during the likely window of death. Surveillance footage showed his movements before and after the murders. And then there was motive. Prosecutors later laid it out clearly. Grant believed his family stood between him and the fantasy life he had built online. They controlled the money. They challenged his delusion. They threatened to expose him as unemployed, unstable, and financially reckless. To preserve the fantasy, he removed the obstacle. During trial, the courtroom heard hours of testimony detailing Grant's obsession. Messages were read aloud. Financial transfers were documented meticulously. The prosecution did not rush. They built a narrative brick by brick. The defense argued addiction, emotional instability, impulsivity, but the evidence suggested planning. The jury deliberated carefully. Grant Amato was found guilty of 3 counts of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. What makes this story unsettling is not just the brutality. It is the quiet return to the computer screen afterward. The ability to step from violence in a fantasy without visible fracture. The murders were not explosive. They were not chaotic. They were transactional. Grant now spends his life behind bars, occasionally giving interviews in which he still speaks about the online relationship, as if it were meaningful, as if it justified risk. Meanwhile, 3 lives ended inside a quiet Florida home because one man could not separate reality from the illusion he preferred. This story lingers because it reflects something modern. Isolation, digital obsession, financial secrecy, private fantasies growing stronger than real relationships, and the terrifying possibility that someone can sit across the dinner table, smiling softly, while living in an entirely different world inside their head. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who trusted the system, trusted the people around her, and trusted that if something went wrong, someone would notice. This is a true crime story about patience, control, and how a murderer can hide behind routine and politeness for years, while an entire life quietly collapses around him. In the early 2000s, in the quiet suburbs of California, Elaine O'Hara lived a life that appeared fragile but functional. She was intelligent, introspective, and deeply private. Elaine struggled with mental health issues, including depression, but she also had a rich inner world. She loved writing, walking near water, and spending time alone. She was someone who thought deeply and trusted selectively. Those close to her knew she had moments of darkness, but they also knew she was thoughtful and gentle, not reckless or impulsive. Elaine did not crave chaos. She craved connection. During this time, she met a man named Graham Dwyer through an online forum. Graham presented himself as confident, successful, and emotionally steady. He worked as an architect, had a stable career, and lived what appeared to be a disciplined, respectable life. He was married. He had children. From the outside, Graham looked like someone rooted firmly in reality. What Elaine did not see immediately was how carefully Graham controlled the version of himself he showed to others. Their conversations began slowly. They talked about ideas, emotions, personal struggles. Graham listened closely. He asked questions. He mirrored her thoughts. He gave Elaine the feeling of being truly seen. Over time, the dynamic shifted. Graham introduced darker themes into their conversations. Power, submission, fantasy. He framed these ideas as consensual, intellectual, and safe. But beneath the language was manipulation. Graham began setting rules. He tested boundaries. He encouraged secrecy. He pushed Elaine to isolate parts of her life from others, framing this isolation as intimacy. He convinced her that what they shared could not be understood by outsiders. Slowly, subtly, Elaine's emotional world began revolving around him. In 2012, Elaine disappeared. At first, it seemed plausible that she had gone away on her own. She had done so before during periods of emotional distress. But days passed, then weeks, then months. Her phone stopped connecting to cell towers. Her bank accounts went silent. No one heard from her. Elaine was reported missing. Searches were conducted. Investigators examined her habits, her journals, her online activity. They found writings that spoke about emotional pain, but also plans for the future. There was nothing indicating a final goodbye, nothing indicating she intended to vanish permanently. As the investigation deepened, Graham Dwyer appeared cooperative, calm, helpful. He spoke logically. He framed Elaine as emotionally unstable, suggesting she may have harmed herself. He expressed concern without urgency. He positioned himself as a reasonable voice amid uncertainty. But investigators noticed inconsistencies. Phone data showed that Graham and Elaine had been in contact far more frequently than he admitted. GPS data placed Graham's phone in remote rural areas at unusual times. There were gaps in Elaine's final movements that pointed toward planning rather than impulsive action. What investigators uncovered next changed everything. During a search of a reservoir, authorities discovered human remains, partial, whether by time and water. Forensic testing confirmed they belonged to Elaine O'Hara. The location was not random. It was secluded, difficult to access, and required familiarity. Evidence began stacking quietly, piece by piece. Police recovered items from the water nearby. Tools, objects connected to Graham. Some were traced back to purchases he had made. Others matched descriptions from Elaine's writings that described fear, control, and a growing sense of danger. Graham was arrested. At trial, the full picture emerged. Graham had not lost control. He had planned meticulously. He used emotional manipulation to normalize violence in Elaine's mind before ever committing it physically. He controlled the narrative. He controlled the timing. He chose a location he believed would hide the truth forever. Elaine had trusted him. In court, Graham showed little emotion. He maintained his composure. He focused on technicalities. He avoided responsibility. Prosecutors dismantled his image carefully, revealing how he compartmentalized his life, presenting himself as a family man while maintaining a secret world built on dominance and control. In 2015, Graham Dwyer was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison. Elaine O'Hara's story did not end with her disappearance. It continues because of what it reveals. How danger does not always come loudly. How it can arrive politely. How it can speak softly, offer understanding, and slowly reshape someone's sense of safety until escape feels impossible. This story stays with people because it is not about chaos. It is about patience. It is about how evil can wait. It is about how trust, once weaponized, becomes the most powerful tool of all. And it is about a woman who deserved protection, truth, and peace long before the system finally listened. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who vanished quietly, a disappearance that sat unresolved for decades, hidden inside an ordinary object, waiting silently while the world moved on. This is a true crime story about secrecy, patience, and how the past sometimes refuses to stay buried, no matter how carefully it is hidden. In the early 1960s, Raina Marroquin was a 26-year-old immigrant living in New York. She had come from El Salvador, seeking stability and opportunity, like many others at the time. She was described as gentle, hardworking, and deeply devoted to her family back home. She wrote letters regularly, sending money when she could, always expressing plans for the future. Raina worked in a textile factory, earning modest wages, sharing rooms, and building a life slowly and carefully. She was not reckless. She did not live dramatically. She followed routines. At some point, Raina began a relationship with her married supervisor, a man named Frederick Hart. He was older, established, and powerful within her workplace. The relationship was secretive, unequal, and dangerous in ways Raina likely did not fully understand at first. When she became pregnant, everything changed. Raina reportedly believed Frederick would leave his wife. She spoke about a future where they could be together openly. To her, the pregnancy was a beginning. To Frederick, it was a threat. In the spring of 1969, Raina suddenly stopped contacting her family. Letters ceased. Money transfers ended. For her relatives in El Salvador, communication delays were not unusual, but months passed, then years. Eventually, hope gave way to grief. Without proof, Reina was assumed lost to time, another immigrant swallowed by the anonymity of a large city. No missing person report was filed. No investigation began. Reina disappeared quietly. 32 years later, in 1999, a man named Patrick McLaughlin purchased a property in Jericho, New York. The house was old and in need of repairs. As Patrick worked in the backyard, he noticed something unusual beneath the soil, an old metal drum, heavily rusted, partially buried. Assuming it was leftover junk, he attempted to move it. The drum was extremely heavy. When he opened it, he was met with a smell that told him immediately this was not trash. Inside the barrel were human remains. The discovery shocked investigators. The remains were remarkably preserved due to the sealed container and chemicals inside. Forensic experts determined the victim was a young woman who had been murdered decades earlier. There were signs of strangulation. There was evidence of pregnancy. The case became known as the Barrel Girl murder. At first, no one knew who she was. Investigators reconstructed her face using forensic modeling. They released images to the public, hoping someone would recognize her. Leads trickled in slowly. Some went nowhere. Others contradicted each other. The victim had lived long enough ago that memories were faint, records incomplete, witnesses aging or dead. Still, the case moved forward. Isotope testing of her bones suggested she was not born in the United States. Dental work indicated she had spent part of her life in Central America. Gradually, through a combination of science and persistence, investigators identified her as Reina Marroquin. Now they had a name, but the killer was still free. The property where the barrel was found had once belonged to Frederick Hart. Frederick had died years earlier. At first, that seemed like the end of the trail. But investigators did not stop. They examined Frederick's life closely. They uncovered the affair. They learned about the pregnancy. They spoke to his former wife. And then, something remarkable happened. Frederick's widow began talking. She described strange behavior from decades earlier. She recalled a sudden new barrel appearing in the yard. She remembered Frederick insisting it never be moved. She remembered fear, confusion, and silence. Over time, she revealed that Frederick had confessed to her privately that he had killed Reina after she became pregnant, strangling her during an argument and panicking afterward. He had placed her body inside the drum and buried it in the yard. For decades, the barrel remained untouched, blending into the background of suburban life. Children played nearby. Seasons passed. Owners changed. Life continued. The truth waited. Although Frederick Hart could never be tried, the case was officially closed in 2011, more than 40 years after Reina's murder. Her death was finally acknowledged. Her story was finally told. Her family, long without answers, received confirmation of what had happened to her. Reina Marroquin was laid to rest with her name restored. This story lingers because of its stillness, because nothing exploded, nothing unraveled quickly. No frantic chase occurred. Instead, a crime waited patiently beneath the earth, sealed inside metal, protected by silence and time. It reminds us that justice does not always arrive loudly. Sometimes it comes slowly, carried forward by chance, science, and the refusal to forget those who disappeared quietly. And even after decades, truth can still rise. I'm going to tell you a story about a family that believed love, support, and patience could save someone they cared for, and how that belief slowly turned into a silent nightmare inside a quiet suburban home. This is a true crime story about obsession, denial, and how destruction can grow quietly over months before it finally explodes in a single night. Grant Amato grew up in a comfortable neighborhood in Chulwoda, Florida. His family was stable, educated, and deeply connected. His parents were loving and involved. His brother and sister were successful and disciplined. Grant, by comparison, always struggled to find his place. He was intelligent, polite, and outwardly normal, but he lacked direction and confidence. He drifted from one interest to another, never fully committing to any path. In his 20s, Grant trained as a nurse and briefly worked in the medical field. On paper, his life appeared to be stabilizing. But beneath that surface, Grant was restless and increasingly isolated. He spent long hours alone, disconnected from friends and routine. Slowly, his attention shifted inward and online. That is where everything changed. Grant became obsessed with an online webcam model living overseas. What began as casual viewing turned into constant communication. He believed they were in a relationship. He sent her money repeatedly, draining his savings. When the money ran out, he began taking more risks. He lied. He borrowed. He stole. His family noticed. At first, it tried gentle intervention, then firm boundaries, then ultimatums. When they discovered Grant had stolen tens of thousands of dollars from them to send to the woman online, they confronted him. Grant denied the seriousness of the situation. He insisted the relationship was real. He believed she loved him. Reality no longer mattered. His parents gave him a final chance. They brought him home. They controlled his access to money and the internet. They set rules. They hoped distance from the obsession would bring clarity. Instead, it intensified Grant's resentment. He felt trapped. He felt humiliated. He felt that his family was standing between him and the life he believed he deserved. On the night of January 24th, 2019, the house was quiet. Grant waited. Late at night, he took a gun and went room to room. He shot his father. He shot his mother. He shot his brother. Each act was deliberate. There was no struggle, no warning, no attempt to stop. Afterward, Grant sat in the house with the bodies. He changed clothes. He attempted to stage the scene to suggest someone else had committed the crime. The next morning, he left the house. When police arrived later, the truth unraveled quickly. Evidence did not support Grant's story. Digital records revealed the depth of his obsession. Financial transactions showed the motive clearly. Messages, timelines, and behavior patterns all pointed back to him. Grant Amato was arrested. During interrogation, he appeared calm, almost detached. He did not cry. He did not rage. He spoke as if discussing someone else's life. When faced with overwhelming evidence, he eventually stopped denying responsibility. At trial, prosecutors laid out the slow progression of obsession and entitlement. They showed how Grant believed his desires mattered more than human life, how he saw his family not as people, but as obstacles. The jury convicted him on all counts. Grant Amato was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. No plea deal, no redemption arc, just silence. This story is chilling not because of sudden violence, but because of how long it took to arrive there. Months of warning signs, years of dependency, a family trying to help someone who no longer lived in reality. Obsession replacing identity, fantasy replacing consequence. It reminds us that danger does not always come from hatred. Sometimes it comes from entitlement. Sometimes it comes from someone who believes their suffering is more important than anyone else's existence. And sometimes it grows quietly inside a house where everyone thinks love will be enough to fix it. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared gentle, dependable, and almost forgettable. A man whose quiet presence never raised alarms, and whose violence unfolded slowly, carefully, and almost invisibly. This is a true crime story about obsession, emotional control, and how a killer who believed he could manage everything was undone by patience and time. Christopher Watts lived a life that looked peaceful from the outside. He worked steadily in the oil industry. He lived in a clean suburban neighborhood in Colorado. He was married, had 2 young daughters, and presented himself as a calm, soft-spoken family man. Friends described him as polite and reserved. Neighbors saw him as ordinary. There was nothing about him that suggested danger. But inside that controlled exterior, something had been eroding for years. Christopher struggled deeply with emotional expression. He avoided confrontation. He suppressed resentment instead of addressing it. When problems arose, he did not argue or fight. He withdrew. Over time, this pattern created a silent pressure, one that built quietly without release. His marriage began to strain. Financial stress grew. Emotional distance widened. Instead of facing these realities, Christopher escaped inward. Then he met another woman. The relationship gave him a sense of freedom he had not felt in years. It offered admiration without responsibility, possibility without history. Slowly, he began imagining a life without his family, a clean restart without consequences. But reality stood in the way. Divorce meant exposure, judgment, and financial obligation. It meant facing his own failures openly. Christopher wanted escape without accountability. On the night of August 12, 2018, his wife Shannon returned home from a business trip. She was pregnant. She was exhausted. She wanted answers. Inside their home, a quiet confrontation unfolded. There was no screaming her by neighbors. No chaos spilled outside. What happened next was controlled, deliberate, and final. Christopher killed his wife. Then, in a decision that stunned even experienced investigators, he killed his 2 daughters as well. What followed revealed the depth of his detachment. He loaded their bodies into his truck before dawn. He drove to an oil site where he worked, a place familiar and isolated. There, he disposed of his wife's body in a shallow grave and placed his daughters into oil tanks, believing the environment would destroy evidence completely. Afterward, he returned home and began acting as if nothing had happened. When Shannon and the children were reported missing later that day, Christopher appeared on television, pleading for their safe return. His voice was calm, his posture relaxed. He spoke of love and hope, but his words fell hollow. Viewers sensed something was wrong, even if they could not name it yet. Police moved quickly. Surveillance footage contradicted his statements. His emotional responses did not match the situation. Friends of Shannon noticed his behavior was unusually composed. Investigators applied steady pressure, not aggression. They let silence work. They watched him unravel slowly. Within days, confronted with evidence and inconsistencies, Christopher confessed. His story shifted multiple times before settling on the truth. He admitted to killing his wife and children. He described the acts without visible emotion, focusing instead on logistics. His calm demeanor throughout shocked the public. There was no visible rage, no dramatic collapse, just quiet admission. At sentencing, the reality of his actions fully emerged. Christopher Watts was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He will never leave prison. His case became one of the most disturbing family annihilation crimes in modern American history, not because of chaos or brutality alone, but because of how quietly it unfolded. This story stays with people because it challenges assumptions. It shows how avoidance can be more dangerous than anger, how silence can conceal decay, and how someone who seems harmless can carry destruction beneath a calm surface for years. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who disappeared quietly, a disappearance that at first seemed like a breakup, then a misunderstanding, and finally something far more disturbing. This is a true crime story about obsession, manipulation, and how a crime can hide in plain sight for years when the truth is slowly buried under lies. In 2012, Carrie Farver was living a stable and independent life in Iowa. She was a hardworking woman, a devoted mother to her teenage son, and someone who valued routine and responsibility. Those close to her described her as dependable and straightforward. She was not reckless. She did not disappear without explanation. She did not abandon her child. That is what made what followed so unsettling. Carrie began casually dating a man named Dave Kropa. The relationship was new, informal, and not deeply emotional. They spent time together, talked regularly, but there was no serious commitment. Dave was open about wanting to keep things light. Carrie seemed to accept that. There were no major arguments, no visible tension, nothing that suggested danger. Then, suddenly, Carrie stopped showing up. She missed work. She failed to pick up her son. Her phone went quiet in ways that felt unnatural. For a woman so consistent, so present, this absence was deeply alarming. Friends and family reached out, expecting an explanation, but instead, confusion grew. And then something strange happened. Messages began appearing. Carrie, supposedly, was texting friends, family, and coworkers. She claimed she had decided to leave town. She said she wanted a fresh start. She said she no longer wished to be contacted. The tone of these messages fell off. They were colder, shorter, unrecognizable to people who knew her well. Even more confusing, these messages did not stop. For months, then years, messages continued to come from Carrie's accounts. Emails, texts, social media posts. She appeared to be alive, active, and intentionally distant. To the outside world, it looked like a woman who had simply chosen to walk away from her life. But something did not sit right. Her mother knew something was wrong. Carrie loved her son deeply. She would never disappear without ensuring his safety. She would never cut contact completely, and she would never abandon her responsibilities so abruptly. The longer the silence lasted, the more unsettling it became. At the same time, Dave Kropa began experiencing something terrifying. He started receiving threatening messages. Thousands of them. They accused him of betrayal, cruelty, and abandonment. They were obsessive, relentless, and emotionally volatile. Whoever was sending them seemed to know intimate details of his life. His car was vandalized. His home was damaged. His workplace was contacted. The messages appeared to come from Carrie, but the behavior did not match the woman he knew. As time passed, the messages grew darker, more aggressive, more unstable. Dave contacted police multiple times, believing he was being stalked. The assumption was simple. Carrie, heartbroken and angry, had turned obsessive. Years went by. Carrie was still missing, and the messages still continued. What investigators did not realize at first was that this entire narrative had been carefully manufactured. Another woman had entered Dave's life around the same time Carrie disappeared. Her name was Liz Gollier. She appeared supportive, sympathetic, and deeply concerned about the harassment Dave was facing. She positioned herself as an ally, a protector, someone who understood his fear. In reality, Liz was controlling everything. Liz had become obsessed with Dave. When she realized he was seeing Carrie, she made a decision that would destroy multiple lives. Evidence later revealed that Liz murdered Carrie shortly after she disappeared, though Carrie's body has never been found. After killing her, Liz took over her identity. She sent messages pretending to be Carrie. She maintained the illusion for years. She created an entire false digital life, carefully crafting texts and posts to suggest Carrie was alive and deliberately distant. She manipulated friends, family, and police, all while maintaining her own presence as a victim of harassment. Liz even sent threatening messages to herself. She staged attacks. She vandalized her own property. She played both roles, victim and villain, with disturbing commitment. The deception unraveled slowly. Investigators eventually noticed technical inconsistencies. IP addresses overlapped. Writing patterns matched. Phone records revealed impossible timelines. The same device was linked to messages supposedly sent by different people. What once looked like chaos began forming a clear picture. Liz was arrested. During interrogation and trial, the depth of her manipulation became clear. She had spent years maintaining lies, carefully responding to messages as two separate people, sometimes holding conversations with herself. She showed no immediate remorse. Instead, she focused on control, insisting she had been misunderstood. In 2017, Liz Gollier was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Carrie Farver was declared legally dead. This story lingers not because of violence alone, but because of how quietly it unfolded. Because for years, the truth existed beneath layers of messages, screens, and false narratives. Because a woman was erased, not just physically, but digitally, rewritten into someone she never was. And because it reminds us that sometimes the most disturbing crimes are not loud. They are patient, they are meticulous, and they hide behind ordinary interactions, waiting for time to do the work of deception. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who trusted the system, trusted the people around her, and trusted that if something went wrong, someone would notice. This is a true crime story about patience, control, and how a murderer can hide behind routine and politeness for years, while an entire life quietly collapses around him. In the early 2000s, in the quiet suburbs of California, Elaine O'Hara lived a life that appeared fragile but functional. She was intelligent, introspective, and deeply private. Elaine struggled with mental health issues, including depression, but she also had a rich inner world. She loved writing, walking near water, and spending time alone. She was someone who thought deeply and trusted selectively. Those close to her knew she had moments of darkness, but they also knew she was thoughtful and gentle, not reckless or impulsive. Elaine did not crave chaos. She craved connection. During this time, she met a man named Graham Dwyer through an online forum. Graham presented himself as confident, successful, and emotionally steady. He worked as an architect, had a stable career, and lived what appeared to be a disciplined, respectable life. He was married. He had children. From the outside, Graham looked like someone rooted firmly in reality. What Elaine did not see immediately was how carefully Graham controlled the version of himself he showed to others. Their conversations began slowly. They talked about ideas, emotions, personal struggles. Graham listened closely. He asked questions. He mirrored her thoughts. He gave Elaine the feeling of being truly seen. Over time, the dynamic shifted. Graham introduced darker themes into their conversations. Power, submission, fantasy. He framed these ideas as consensual, intellectual, and safe. But beneath the language was manipulation. Graham began setting rules. He tested boundaries. He encouraged secrecy. He pushed Elaine to isolate parts of her life from others, framing this isolation as intimacy. He convinced her that what they shared could not be understood by outsiders. Slowly, subtly, Elaine's emotional world began revolving around him. In 2012, Elaine disappeared. At first, it seemed plausible that she had gone away on her own. She had done so before during periods of emotional distress. But days passed, then weeks, then months. Her phone stopped connecting to cell towers. Her bank accounts went silent. No one heard from her. Elaine was reported missing. Searches were conducted. Investigators examined her habits, her journals, her online activity. They found writings that spoke about emotional pain, but also plans for the future. There was nothing indicating a final goodbye, nothing indicating she intended to vanish permanently. As the investigation deepened, Graham Dwyer appeared cooperative, calm, helpful. He spoke logically. He framed Elaine as emotionally unstable, suggesting she may have harmed herself. He expressed concern without urgency. He positioned himself as a reasonable voice amid uncertainty. But investigators noticed inconsistencies. Phone data showed that Graham and Elaine had been in contact far more frequently than he admitted. GPS data placed Graham's phone in remote rural areas at unusual times. There were gaps in Elaine's final movements that pointed toward planning rather than impulsive action. What investigators uncovered next changed everything. During a search of a reservoir, authorities discovered human remains. Partial, whether by time and water. Forensic testing confirmed they belonged to Elaine O'Hara. The location was not random. It was secluded, difficult to access, and required familiarity. Evidence began stacking quietly, piece by piece. Police recovered items from the water nearby. Tools, objects connected to Graham. Some were traced back to purchases he had made. Others matched descriptions from Elaine's writings that described fear, control, and a growing sense of danger. Graham was arrested. At trial, the full picture emerged. Graham had not lost control. He had planned meticulously. He used emotional manipulation to normalize violence in Elaine's mind before ever committing it physically. He controlled the narrative. He controlled the timing. He chose a location he believed would hide the truth forever. Elaine had trusted him. In court, Graham showed little emotion. He maintained his composure. He focused on technicalities. He avoided responsibility. Prosecutors dismantled his image carefully, revealing how he compartmentalized his life, presenting himself as a family man while maintaining a secret world built on dominance and control. In 2015, Graham Dwyer was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison. Elaine O'Hara's story did not end with her disappearance. It continues because of what it reveals. How danger does not always come loudly. How it can arrive politely. How it can speak softly, offer understanding, and slowly reshape someone's sense of safety until escape feels impossible. This story stays with people because it is not about chaos. It is about patience. It is about how evil can wait. It is about how trust, once weaponized, becomes the most powerful tool of all. And it is about a woman who deserved protection, truth, and peace long before the system finally listened. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared calm, dependable, and devoted, and about how that image slowly collapsed as the truth surfaced piece by piece. This is a true crime story about deception in plain sight, and how a pregnancy meant to bring a family closer instead revealed a carefully hidden betrayal. Scott Peterson lived in Modesto, California, with his wife, Lacey Peterson. They had been married for several years and were expecting their first child, a baby boy they planned to name Connor. To neighbors, Scott was polite, soft-spoken, and helpful. Lacey was described as warm, social, and excited about becoming a mother. In public, there were smiles, routines, and holiday plans. Privately, something was already broken. Scott was having an affair. He had told another woman, Amber Fry, that he was a widower and that this would be his first holiday season without his wife. He said this weeks before Lacey disappeared. While Lacey was preparing the nursery and imagining life with a newborn, Scott was already rehearsing a version of himself without her in it. On the morning of December 24th, 2002, Scott told police he had gone fishing at the Berkeley Marina. He said Lacey had been home walking the dog when he left. When he returned, she was gone. Her purse, keys, and phone were still inside the house. The dog was found wandering the neighborhood with its leash on. Lacey was 8 months pregnant. The disappearance drew immediate attention. Volunteers searched neighborhoods, fields, and waterways. Media crews gathered outside the Peterson home. Scott spoke to reporters asking for Lacey's return, but his words felt distant, rehearsed, and oddly detached. As days passed, investigators focused closely on his movements that morning. The fishing trip raised questions. Scott claimed he decided to go fishing on Christmas Eve at the last minute. He had purchased a fishing license only days earlier. Witnesses at the marina remembered seeing him alone. No one recalled seeing him fish for long. Tides, currents, and timing began to matter as investigators mapped out what could have happened in the bay. When police uncovered Scott's affair, the narrative shifted. Amber Fry came forward publicly after realizing the missing pregnant woman was Scott's wife. Not an ex-recorded phone calls revealed Scott lying calmly while standing among vigils held for Lacey. He spoke of freedom and new beginnings while his wife was still missing. In April 2003, remains were discovered along the shoreline of the San Francisco Bay. The bodies of Lacey Peterson and her unborn son Connor had surfaced miles from where Scott said he was fishing. Medical examiners confirmed their identities. The discovery ended hope and marked the beginning of accountability. Scott Peterson was arrested days later. Prosecutors argued that Scott had planned the murder, carefully choosing the bay because currents would disperse evidence. They presented evidence of homemade anchors, weight calculations, and internet searches. They showed how Scott sold Lacey's car and discussed selling their home before she was found. They highlighted his emotional detachment and the lies told effortlessly. The defense argued there was no direct evidence tying Scott to the murders. They suggested burglars in the neighborhood may have been responsible. They questioned witness timelines and forensic limits. But the jury focused on patterns rather than a single moment. In 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey and second-degree murder for Connor. He was sentenced to death, later commuted to life in prison without parole. The verdict reflected not just physical evidence, but the story his actions told over time. Lacey Peterson became a symbol of lost trust and interrupted life. Friends remembered her kindness, energy, and anticipation for motherhood. Connor was remembered as a child who never had a chance to be held. Their story resonated because it exposed how betrayal can exist quietly inside ordinary routines. This case remains chilling because nothing about Scott Peterson appeared outwardly dangerous. There were no public arguments, no history of violence, no visible breakdown. Just a man who chose erasure over honesty and believed control could replace conscience. It is a reminder that some crimes are not born from rage, but from avoidance. That the desire to escape responsibility can become deadly. And that the truth, no matter how deeply buried, has a way of rising to the surface. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared calm, supportive, and grieving, and about how that appearance slowly collapsed under the weight of evidence, timing, and truth. This is a true crime story about deception patience, and how a single lie repeated long enough can almost convince the world. Scott Peterson lived in Modesto, California, with his wife, Lacey Peterson. They were newly married and expecting their first child, a baby boy they planned to name Connor. To friends and family, Scott appeared attentive and polite, while Lacey was warm, outgoing, and deeply excited about becoming a mother. She decorated the nursery, planned holidays, and spoke often about the future. From the outside, their life looked settled and hopeful. But beneath that surface, Scott was living a separate emotional life. Months before Lacey disappeared, Scott had begun an affair with another woman. During this relationship, he told her that his wife had died and that he was experiencing his first holiday season without her. This lie was spoken weeks before Lacey went missing. It revealed something crucial, not just infidelity, but premeditation of a future without his wife. On the morning of December 24th, 2002, Lacey vanished. Scott told police that Lacey had planned to walk the dog, and that when he returned from a fishing trip, she was gone. The dog was later found wandering the neighborhood with its leash still attached. Inside the house, everything appeared normal. There were no signs of struggle, no note, no clear direction. The case immediately drew massive attention. Search teams, volunteers, and law enforcement combed the area. Posters with Lacey's face appeared across California. Scott gave interviews standing outside his home asking for his wife's return. His voice sounded controlled, measured, almost rehearsed. Many people sympathized with him, believing he was a husband trapped in uncertainty. But investigators noticed troubling details. Scott's fishing trip on Christmas Eve stood out. He claimed he decided to fish at the Berkeley Marina hours away on a cold, foggy day. He said it was spontaneous. Yet police later found evidence that he had researched tidal movements and purchased a fishing license shortly before. Concrete anchors were discovered, one of which was used while others were missing. As the investigation deepened, Scott's behavior raised alarms. He continued calling his mistress, pretending Lacey was already dead, even as search efforts continued publicly. Phone records placed him near the marina at critical times. Witness sightings of a pregnant woman walking a dog conflicted with Scott's timeline. Each piece alone was small, but together they formed a pattern. In April 2003, the bodies of Lacey Peterson and her unborn son washed ashore near the same marina where Scott said he had gone fishing. The discovery shifted the case dramatically. Forensic evidence showed the remains had been in the water for months. The location matched prosecutors' theory that Scott had disposed of Lacey's body in the bay weighted down to sink. Scott Peterson was arrested shortly after. At trial, the prosecution did not rely on a single piece of evidence. Instead, they built a timeline of lies, behavior, and opportunity. They showed Scott's affair as false statements, his suspicious movements, and his lack of genuine concern. The defense argued there was no direct evidence linking him to the murder and suggested Lacey was abducted by others. The jury deliberated carefully. In 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey and second-degree murder for Connor. He was sentenced to death, which was later overturned, and converted to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Lacey Peterson was remembered as loving, optimistic, and deeply connected to her family. She trusted her husband and looked forward to motherhood. Connor became a symbol of innocence, lost before life could begin. This case remains chilling because Scott Peterson never appeared violent or unstable. He remained calm even as everything unraveled. His crime was not fueled by rage, but by calculation and a desire to maintain control over the narrative. It is a story that reminds us that guilt does not always shout. Sometimes it whispers calmly to cameras, smiles slightly, and waits for doubt to grow. But time, evidence, and truth have a way of speaking louder than any lie told softly enough. I'm going to tell you a story about how the most terrifying shadows are the ones cast by a midday sun, about how a person can spend their life building a reputation of stone and steel while their soul is made of something much darker. This is a story about the ultimate betrayal of a sacred oath, where the hands meant to mend and heal were instead used to silence and destroy. It is a true story about a man who lived a life of prestige in the bright landscapes of Southern California, while hiding a library of secrets in the dark corners of his hard drive. Grant Robichaux was a man who seemed to have won the lottery of life. He was a highly respected orthopedic surgeon in Newport Beach, a place where image and status are the local currency. He was gifted with a face that belonged on a magazine cover and a physique that spoke of discipline and health. He wasn't just a doctor. He was a local celebrity, having appeared on a reality television show that focused on eligible bachelors. He was the man every mother wanted for her daughter and every patient wanted at their bedside during their most vulnerable moments. By his side was Sarissa Riley, a woman whose beauty and poise matched his own. She was a teacher, a profession built on patience and the nurturing of the next generation. Together, they were a vision of the American dream, frequently seen at the most exclusive parties, luxury festivals like Burning Man, and high-end restaurants along the coast. They were the couple that people stopped to watch as they walked by, the embodiment of a perfect, sun-drenched life. But beneath the high-end surgical scrubs and the designer clothes, a calculated and repetitive nightmare was unfolding. The facade began to crack in 2018 when investigators started pulling on a single thread that would eventually unravel a tapestry of horror. They began to look into allegations that this golden couple was using their social standing as a lure. The strategy was as simple as it was sinister. They would frequent public places, using their combined charm to put women at ease. Sarissa's presence was a key part of the trap. People are naturally less guarded around a beautiful woman and a successful doctor. Her presence acted as a seal of safety, a silent promise that no harm could come from such a pair. Once the initial bond of trust was formed, the victims would be invited back to Grant's luxury home. It was within those walls that the sanctuary turned into a hunting ground. Prosecutors would later describe a process of systematic incapacitation. They alleged that the couple used a cocktail of drugs, substances designed to strip a person of their will, their memory, and their ability to move. These were not the actions of a couple who had lost control for one night. These were the actions of predators who had refined their method into a science. When the police executed a search warrant on Grant's home, they expected to find evidence, but they were not prepared for the scale of what they discovered. On Grant's electronic devices, investigators found thousands of videos and photographs. The sheer volume of the material was staggering. It wasn't just the quantity that was disturbing, but the content. The footage captured women in various states of undress and consciousness, many appearing completely oblivious to their surroundings or the acts being performed upon them. The videos were a digital trophy room, a way for the couple to relive their crimes and maintain a sense of power over those they had violated. The fallout was a tidal wave that hit the Newport Beach community with devastating force. Patients who had undergone surgery at Grant's hands were left wondering who had really been hovering over them while they were under anesthesia. The medical board, the local schools, and the social circles they inhabited were all forced to reckon with the fact that they had invited a wolf into their midst and called him a leader. As the legal proceedings began, the case became a battleground of narratives. The defense fought fiercely to suppress the video evidence, arguing about privacy and the nature of consent. They painted the couple as victims of an overzealous prosecution and a public eager to tear down those at the top. The case stretched on for years, moving through various levels of the court system, filled with delays and complex legal maneuvering that left the victims waiting in a state of suspended justice. Eventually, the reality of the situation could not be hidden behind expensive lawyers or public relations campaigns. The weight of the digital evidence was too heavy to ignore. The story of Grant and Sarissa became a landmark lesson in the psychology of the high-functioning predator. It proved that a medical degree is not a certificate of character and that a beautiful face can be the most effective camouflage for a distorted mind. This case remains chilling because it challenges our fundamental assumptions about safety. We want to believe that we can spot a threat, that a dangerous person will look or act in a way that warns us. But Grant and Sarissa looked like the best of us. They were the people we were taught to aspire to be. The lingering horror of this story is the realization that the most dangerous traps are the ones we walk into willingly, led by the hand of someone we were told to trust. It is the chilling thought that while a doctor is checking your pulse, they might be calculating your silence. It reminds us that the truth doesn't live in a house by the beach or in a prestigious title. The truth lives in the dark, and sometimes it takes a long time for the light to finally reach it. I'm going to tell you a story about how the most terrifying hollows aren't found in the earth, but in the heart of a person who decides that their past is a weight they can no longer carry. This is a story about the devastating intersection of ambition and apathy, about how a man can spend years constructing a perfect image of suburban success while quietly calculating the cost of a clean slate. It is a true story about a father who looked at his children not as a legacy, but as evidence of a life he wanted to erase, and how a quiet street in Colorado became the site of a betrayal so deep it redefined our understanding of the word home. Chris Watts was a man who lived a life of quiet, steady observation. He was an operator for an oil and gas company, a man used to monitoring gauges, checking pressures, and ensuring that everything remained within the designated lines. This precision extended to his personal life. In the town of Frederick, he was the man who was always working on his fitness, always maintaining the lawn, and always playing the role of the secondary character in the vibrant, loud, and public life of his wife, Shannon. He was the soft-spoken anchor to her high-energy personality. Their house was a cavernous, beautiful structure that stood as a testament to the suburban dream. It was filled with the artifacts of a life in progress. Toys scattered on the floor, growth charts marked on the walls, and the constant digital hum of a family that lived out loud. Shannon was a master of the digital narrative. She documented their morning routines, the girls' bedtime stories, and the constant excitement of their third pregnancy. To the thousands of people who followed them online, Chris was a hero. He was the husband who surprised her with flowers, the father who let his daughters paint his fingernails, and the man who seemed to embody a gentle, unwavering patience. But inside that house, the silence was beginning to rot. As the summer of 2018 heated the Colorado plains, Chris began to feel the walls of his life closing in. He had met someone else, a co-worker who represented a version of himself he hadn't yet met. A man without the responsibilities of a mortgage, a marriage, or a growing family. In his mind, he didn't see a complicated divorce or a difficult transition. He saw a binary choice, the old life or the new one. He began to detach, his quietness shifting from a sign of peace to a sign of total emotional desertion. He stopped looking at the photos on the walls. He stopped feeling the weight of his daughters in his arms. He began to view his family as a set of variables that needed to be removed from the equation. The end of the story began in the pre-dawn hours of August 13th. Shannon returned from a business trip, delayed by weather, and entered a house that had already become a tomb in her husband's mind. What followed was not a crime of passion or a sudden explosion of temper. It was a cold, manual process. Chris waited for the house to be still, and then he removed the most significant person in his life. But the horror did not stop there. It didn't stop with the silence in the master bedroom. He loaded his wife's body into the back of his work truck while his two daughters, Bella and Celeste, were still alive. He drove them out into the vast, industrial wasteland of the oil fields where he worked, a landscape of dirt and steel that mirrored the coldness in his chest. For 45 minutes, he drove through the darkness with his children in the back seat, knowing exactly what he was going to do. He didn't turn back. He didn't look at them and see his own eyes reflecting back at him. He saw only the finish line of his own freedom. At the oil site, under the pale light of the rising sun, he finished his work. He buried his wife in a shallow grave in the shadows of the tanks, and then he turned his attention to his daughters. He placed them into the crude oil tanks, thinking that the chemicals in the dark liquid would dissolve not just their bodies, but the very memory of their existence. He then went to work. He sent normal texts. He ate his lunch. He functioned as a man who had simply completed a difficult task and was ready for the next shift. When the world began to ask questions later that morning, Chris transitioned back into his role as the concerned husband. He stood on the porch in his work clothes, looking into the cameras with a steady gaze. He talked about how the house felt empty, how he just wanted them to come home, and how he couldn't understand where they could have gone. But the performance was hollow. There was no grief in his eyes, only a flickering, panicked calculation. He was a man watching a gauge needle climb into the red, realizing he could no longer control the pressure. The investigation was swift and relentless. The digital footprints of his affair were found. The GPS in his truck told the story of his morning journey. The facade of the perfect father disintegrated, revealing a man who had traded the souls of his family for the chance to start over without a history. In the interrogation room, when the truth finally broke through, it came in pieces. He tried to blame Sean-Ann, claiming she had harmed the girls and he had killed her in a retaliatory grief. It was his final attempt to save the image he had spent years building. But the physical evidence told a different story. A story of a man who had walked his children to their deaths without a single moment of hesitation. Chris Watts eventually pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty. He was sentenced to 5 life sentences plus 48 years. He was sent away to a prison in another state, a place where he would be a number instead of a name, a man who would spend the rest of his days staring at the 4 walls of a cell, far from the open horizons he had killed to reach. This story stays with you because it challenges the idea that we can ever truly know the person sleeping next to us. It forces us to realize that evil doesn't always arrive with a warning or a long history of violence. Sometimes it arrives in the form of a quiet man who decides that the life he built is no longer worth the effort of maintaining. The image that lingers is the sight of the oil tanks standing like silent sentinels in the Colorado desert, holding a secret that was never meant to be found. It is the realization that a house can be filled with photos of love and still be the coldest place on earth. It reminds us that the greatest danger is not the stranger in the alley, but the person who knows your favorite song, who tucks you in at night, and who is quietly waiting for the moment they can walk away from the person you thought they were. The truth is that some people don't want to be saved. They just want to be forgotten, and they don't care who they have to destroy to make that happen. I'm going to tell you a true story about a woman who did everything right, followed every rule, lived responsibly, and still vanished without a trace in the middle of an ordinary weekday. This is a case that has haunted investigators not because of what is known, but because of how much was almost discovered and then lost by seconds, angles, and timing. It is a story about routine, anonymity, and how a person can disappear in a place surrounded by cameras, traffic, and people without ever being seen clearly. This is the true story of Jennifer Kess. Jennifer Kess was 24 years old and living in Orlando, Florida. She was successful, organized, and fiercely independent. She worked in property management and had recently been promoted. She owned her own condo, paid her bills on time, and spoke to her parents nearly every day. Jennifer was careful. She avoided risky situations. She trusted structure and routine, and her life reflected that mindset. In January of 2006, Jennifer returned home from a short vacation with her boyfriend. She arrived late on the 8th and planned to go back to work the next morning. That evening, she spoke to her parents on the phone. The conversation was normal. Nothing sounded rushed, fearful, or distracted. She talked about work, about settling back in, about the week ahead. It was the last confirmed conversation anyone would ever have with her. The next morning, Jennifer did not show up for work. This alone raised concern. She was not someone who missed work without explanation. Calls to her phone went unanswered. By early afternoon, her employer contacted her parents. Alarmed, they drove immediately from Tampa to Orlando. When they arrived at Jennifer's condo, everything appeared mostly normal. Her purse, phone, and keys were missing. Her bed looked slept in. Clothes she would normally wear to work were laid out. There were no signs of a struggle. No forced entry. No broken items. The condo did not look abandoned. It looked interrupted. Jennifer's car, however, was gone. 2 days later, her vehicle was found parked at another apartment complex less than a mile away. It had been wiped down inside and out. No fingerprints, no DNA, no evidence left behind. Surveillance cameras at the complex captured a person parking the car and walking away. But in a cruel twist of timing, the individual's face was obscured by fence posts in every single frame. The height and build were unclear. The person walked calmly, without urgency, disappearing into the background of ordinary life. That footage became one of the most infamous near answers in missing persons history. The suspect was there, recorded, present, and yet completely unidentifiable. Investigators focused on Jennifer's condo complex. At the time, it was undergoing renovations. Construction workers came and went daily. Many were undocumented. Records were incomplete. Names were difficult to verify. Background checks were inconsistent. Jennifer had previously mentioned to her family that she felt uncomfortable with some of the workers, noting catcalls and unwanted attention. She had brushed it off but acknowledged the discomfort. Police theorized that Jennifer may have been abducted near her condo, possibly in the parking lot as she left for work. The timing would have been early morning, a moment of vulnerability, a routine path, someone watching, waiting, and blending into an environment where their presence would not seem unusual. Despite extensive searches, no trace of Jennifer was ever found. No financial activity, no phone usage, no confirmed sightings. Her disappearance was total, the kind that leaves nothing to follow. As months turned into years, frustration grew. Jennifer's parents became deeply involved in the investigation, pushing for leads, funding billboards, and pressing law enforcement to keep the case active. They reviewed evidence themselves, identifying patterns and inconsistencies that had been overlooked. At times, they felt the investigation had stalled, not because of lack of possibility, but because of exhaustion and limited resources. One theory suggested Jennifer may have been taken to another location immediately and killed shortly afterward. Another proposed she may have been held briefly before being murdered elsewhere. Without physical evidence, every theory remained suspended, unable to fully form or collapse. What makes this case especially unsettling is how close it came to resolution. The surveillance footage exists. The suspect was recorded. The car was recovered quickly. And yet, every advantage dissolved into uncertainty. A few degrees of camera angle. A few seconds of obstruction. A city full of people moving without memory of a face. Jennifer Kess was declared legally dead years later, though no remains have ever been recovered. Her parents continue to search, refusing to allow her story to fade into statistical silence. They speak not only for Jennifer, but for the countless others who vanish without noise, without witnesses, without closure. This case is chilling because it does not involve chaos or recklessness. It involves normalcy. A woman leaving for work. A parking lot. A short walk. A moment no one noticed. It reminds us that disappearance does not always come with warning. Sometimes it arrives disguised as another ordinary morning. Jennifer Kess did not choose to vanish. She was taken from a life she was building carefully and responsibly. And the question of where she went remains unanswered, suspended between cameras that almost saw everything in a world that kept moving as if nothing had happened. I'm going to tell you a true story about a woman who vanished while doing one of the most ordinary things imaginable. A disappearance so quiet and unresolved that it continues to unsettle investigators decades later. This is not a story filled with frantic witnesses or dramatic confrontations. It is a story about routine, trust, and a moment where the world simply failed to notice that someone was slipping away. This is the true story of Asha Degree. Asha Degree was 9 years old and lived in Shelby, North Carolina, with her parents and older brother. She was shy, polite, and deeply attached to her family. She did well in school and followed rules carefully. Her parents described her as cautious, not adventurous, not the type of child who would wander off on her own. She was afraid of the dark. She was afraid of storms. She slept in the same room as her brother, finding comfort in routine and familiarity. On the night of February 13th, 2000, a winter storm passed through the area. The power flickered. Rain fell steadily. Temperatures were low. Inside the degree home, everything appeared normal. Asha went to bed after watching television with her family. Her parents checked on her before going to sleep. Nothing seemed unusual. Sometime between midnight and early morning, Asha quietly got out of bed. She dressed herself. She packed a small backpack, and she left her home on foot, walking into the cold, rainy darkness alone. No one saw her leave the house. No one heard the door open. When her parents woke later that morning to prepare for work and school, Asha was gone. At first, they believed she might be hiding somewhere in the house. Children sometimes play games like that. But as minutes passed, panic set in. Her backpack was missing. Her coat was gone. The weather outside made the situation immediately alarming. Police were called, and a search began almost instantly. What made the case even more unsettling was that multiple motorists later reported seeing a small child walking along Highway 18 during the early morning hours. Some assumed it was an older teen. Others slowed down, concerned, but hesitated to stop. One driver turned around after realizing how small she appeared. But by the time he returned, she was gone, disappearing into the trees beside the road. Search teams focused on the surrounding woods, fields, and properties. Dogs were brought in. Helicopters scanned the area. Volunteers searched tirelessly. But there was no sign of Asha. No clothing. No footprints that could be followed. No clear trail. Days later, a small shed was discovered several hundred yards off the highway. Inside were items believed to belong to Asha, including candy wrappers and a pencil. It appeared that she had sheltered there briefly during the storm. The discovery confirmed that Asha had indeed been walking alone that night. It deepened the mystery rather than resolving it. Why would a 9-year-old child, afraid of the dark and storms, leave her home voluntarily in the middle of the night during bad weather? That question became the center of the investigation. Investigators explored many possibilities. Some believed Asha may have been groomed by someone she trusted, someone who convinced her to leave at a specific time. Others believed she may have misunderstood instructions related to a school event. Asha had recently participated in a basketball game where she missed important plays and felt embarrassed. Some wondered if she was trying to prove something to herself. But none of these explanations fully accounted for her fearfulness or the careful planning required to leave unnoticed. Years passed with no definitive answers. Then, in 2001, construction workers found Asha's backpack buried along a roadside more than 20 miles away. It had been double-wrapped in plastic. Inside were items that did not belong to her, including a book from her school library that had been checked out by another child. The location and condition of the backpack suggested intentional concealment. The discovery shifted the case firmly toward foul play. Asha had not simply wandered and gotten lost. Someone had interacted with her. Someone had possession of her belongings. Someone had taken deliberate steps to hide evidence. Despite renewed efforts, no suspect was ever conclusively identified. Over the years, tips poured in. Sightings were reported across multiple states. Faces were compared. Leads were chased. Each one ended without resolution. Asha's parents never stopped searching. They kept her bedroom exactly as it was. They celebrated her birthdays. They spoke about her in the present tense for years, refusing to accept that hope should expire. For them, Asha did not vanish into the past. She remained a child who could still come home. What makes this story so deeply unsettling is its contradiction. Asha was not reckless. She was not troubled. She did not seek danger. And yet, she walked willingly into the night, guided by a reason that remains unknown. The danger she encountered did not announce itself. It waited quietly. Asha Degree did not disappear in a city filled with strangers. She vanished from a small town, from a loving home, from a life defined by safety and routine. Her absence has stretched across decades, leaving behind questions that refuse to settle. This case reminds us that the most frightening mysteries are not always loud or violent. Sometimes they unfold softly while the world sleeps, and by the time morning arrives, someone is already gone. I'm going to tell you a true story about a woman who vanished during an ordinary drive, a disappearance that unfolded in daylight, on a familiar road, surrounded by homes and traffic, and yet ended in complete uncertainty. This case is unsettling not because of sudden violence, but because of how quickly routine turned into absence, and how every explanation feels close but never complete. This is the true story of Maura Murray. Maura Murray was 21 years old and a student at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. She was intelligent, disciplined, and ambitious, having previously attended the United States Military Academy at West Point. Maura was known for pushing herself hard, sometimes too hard, trying to meet expectations she placed on herself rather than those imposed by others. She was private but close to her family, speaking regularly with her father and siblings. In early February of 2004, Maura's life became increasingly stressful. She had been involved in a minor car accident using her father's vehicle. She was dealing with academic pressure. She appeared emotionally overwhelmed, though she did not openly express fear or desperation. To those around her, she seemed tired, distracted, and carrying more weight than she let on. On February 9th, Maura emailed her professors, stating she would be away for a few days due to a family emergency. There was no emergency. She packed her belongings, withdrew most of her bank account in cash, purchased alcohol, and left campus driving north toward New Hampshire. She did not tell friends exactly where she was going. She did not book lodging. Her destination remains unclear. That evening, Maura crashed her car on a rural road in Haverhill, New Hampshire. The accident was not severe. The car was damaged but not destroyed. Witnesses stopped to help. Maura appeared shaken but not injured. She declined assistance and insisted she had already called for help. She was calm. She was standing. She was conscious. One witness contacted police anyway. Within minutes, before officers arrived, Maura Murray vanished. Her car was found locked. Her belongings were inside. There were no footprints in the surrounding snow, leading clearly away from the scene. The road was quiet. The houses nearby were occupied. And yet, Maura was gone a window of time, so short it continues to defy explanation. Search teams arrived quickly. Dogs were deployed. The scent trail ended abruptly near the road, suggesting she may have entered another vehicle. But no confirmed sightings followed. No one reported picking her up. No one recalled seeing her walking along the road afterward. The night swallowed her presence completely. Investigators explored many possibilities. Some believed Maura may have been avoiding police due to alcohol in the car and fled into the woods, later succumbing to the elements. Others believed she may have accepted a ride from someone who meant her harm. Some theorized she may have planned to disappear intentionally, though there has never been evidence of preparation consistent with long-term disappearance. As days turned into weeks, searches expanded across miles of wilderness. Volunteers combed forests. Divers searched waterways. Helicopters scanned from above. Nothing was found. No clothing. No remains. No definitive trace of where Maura went after leaving her car. Her family never accepted easy answers. Her father returned repeatedly to the crash site, walking the terrain himself, studying every possibility. He spoke openly about his belief that someone else was involved. Over the years, the case attracted intense attention, theories, and debate, sometimes overshadowing the simple fact at its core. A young woman vanished in minutes, leaving behind a life that did not appear ready to end. What makes this story particularly unsettling is how close Maura was to help. Houses were nearby. Police were minutes away. Witnesses were present. And still, whatever choice or encounter occurred happened silently, without interruption, and without leaving behind a story that could be reconstructed. Maura Murray was declared legally dead years later, though her body has never been found. Her case remains open. Every new tip is examined. Every possible location is reconsidered, but certainty remains unreachable. This story is chilling because it exists in the narrow gap between accident and intention, between flight and capture, between isolation and visibility. Because it reminds us that disappearance does not require distance or darkness. Sometimes it only requires a moment where no one is looking in the right direction. Maura Murray did not vanish into a place far away. She vanished into uncertainty on a road she should have been able to leave safely. And that unanswered moment continues to linger, unresolved and quiet, long after the headlights faded from the scene.